Yes, sir. Good morning.
Sir.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, now it's 8:15. So, I think around 26 join with us. So, we'll start the session, right? Others can join. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so this is the second day of our subject. So, I'm going to share the presentation first. Okay, right. Hope you all can see my slides, right? You can see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right. So now we are learning the module Socio-Economic Policy and Legal Environment for Plantation Management. So we are looking at the plantation management, but it is not specifically for the plantation management. In general, you have to know the socio-economic aspects and what are the policy reforms and what are the challenges and what are the new decisions made during this government and previous governments and how it affects for the plantation sector, right? So these things we are discussing. So the same way I'm going to conduct this lecture, right? You can ask any question if you want, right? Anytime, right? You can raise your hand or you can put your question in the chat box, right? The same way. Okay, hope you can understand what I'm saying, right? Mama කියන විදිය the way I conduct the lecture is okay, right? මම කියන දේ වලට තේරෙනව නේද? Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll move forward then. These are the ILOs or intended learning outcomes. So I'm not going to read all those things. So we have two sessions for today, right? So development planning and and the agricultural policy. So we will start with the development planning. So I'm going to cover the whole module, right, by conducting this part. And I didn't discuss one part of the previous lecture, but I already uploaded that part, and it is very clearly defined in the module, the book as well. So you can read that part, and it is very simple. If you want anything, right, we will have a quick Q&A session, then you can clarify the things, right? Okay, we'll start with development planning. So before moving to development planning, you have to know what is planning and what is development in separate. So you know economic development, so we discuss what is development and it is changed for better. So planning is a deliberate attempt to work out the best ways of securing chosen goals. So planning. So normally when in our life also you are having plans. That is why you are doing this degree program, right? May degree එක කරන්නේ ඔයගොල්ලන්ට plan එකක් ඇතුව. So once you complete this degree, you know where to pitch your life or where to apply and how to get your promotion, how to get your new job opportunity. Likewise, you have different goals, but for that you have to plan your life, right? So because now in this particular moment also, you are spending your life, spending your time, spending your money, and you are trying to learn something and you have to write your examination and you have to get better marks to pass out as a graduate, right? So that is the main output of this degree program. In the same way, you have career goals, you have family goals, right? So all these things will not happen if you are not planning it properly, right? There are some things spontaneously happening, but you can't wait until something happen from the sky, right? ආසින් කඩ වැටෙනකම් බලන් ඉන්න බෑනේ. So At least you have to plan, right? So after 2 years' time, I will be here. After 3 years' time, I will be there. So likewise, you will be having a good idea where to go and what to do. So that is basically the planning, right? Okay. So development planning, this better world is to be occurred in future, right? So always planning, whether it is personal or whether it is common, whatever the planning, ultimately your expectation is to have something better in the future. Right? Otherwise, if you are doing it in the right moment, I mean this particular moment, you don't have to plan. Whatever the thing you see, right, you will take quick decisions, right? For example, when you are driving a vehicle, right? When you are driving, you can't plan. Okay, you can plan where to go, right? That is there. But at the moment when you are driving, you can't plan, right? Because you don't know what will come, what will be coming in the next moment, right? Sometimes there might be motorbikes coming, sometimes three-wheelers might be turning, right? So they will never tell you until they get the move, right? So you don't know. So quickly you have to take decisions, but planning is not like that. Planning means you have to have a deliberate effort, right? So that is how you are getting to know the way you're going to achieve it. Right? So that is planning. The better world is to be occurred in the future. So future is uncertain, right? Future is uncertain. That means what? We cannot exactly predict the probability of taking place, the said event, right? It is true, no? So we want to have, for example, this government, right? This particular government. So don't worry, this is, since we are having this NPP government, I'm talking about this government. So previously when I'm doing this lecture, when I was doing this, there were some other ruling parties also there. So that time I'm taking their example. So what is the slogan of this particular government? Can anybody tell me what is the slogan? What is the slogan of this government? මොකද්ද මේගොල්ලන්ගේ තේමා පාඨය උනේ? Hmm? Anybody? මේ දැන් පවතින රජයේ තේමා පාඨය මොකද්ද? පොහොසත් රටක්. ඔව්. මොකද්ද? Arresting. පොහොසත් රටක් මොකද්ද මොන සමාජයක්ද මට මතක නැහැ. මම නමක් නේද උනේ. Can anybody tell? I just want to pitch into this planning process. That is why I want. I'm not going to talk about anything what they're doing. පොහොසත් රටක් මොන අනාගතයක්ද? සවිමත් හෙටක්. පොහොසත් රටක් සවිමත් හෙටක්. I don't think. I think something else. Okay, anyway. So now I just want to tell you, when they have that plan, that slogan with them, now they are here in this ruling party, I think more than almost 2 years or more than 2 years, right? I don't remember. So they can't say at exactly what time they are achieving this Posat Ratak slogan, right? Posat means, right, you have to have a wealthy nation. So wealth you can measure in different ways, right? So it's true now we have positive figures in our treasury. That's true. But if you look at each and every individual living inside this country or in Sri Lanka, you can't say that all are happy and all are having good lifestyle. No, they are struggling, right? So you can't say. In the same way, future is uncertain. So you can plan, but you don't know at what time exactly it will happen. You can plan it. I mean, there are different planning, right? Some planning, you have to do exact planning. For example, if you want to release a shuttle, right? If you want to put a rocket into the space, right? So you know at what time it will be evacuate the sphere, or what you call the Earth environment, and when to enter into the space, and how it go around the moon or Saturn or something, right? So when it will be coming back, so you have to have exact planning for that. It is very difficult task, but normally when you are talking about the development planning, economic planning, you can't say, right, the actual date, when will it happen, right? So you can't say that. But progressively, you can measure whether it is on track or not, right? So we can simply define a plan as a blueprint or framework for action. So it's a blueprint or a framework for action. Therefore, we can describe planning as an exercise for forethought to meet specified ends. Those are related with development process. So those are the forethoughts, right? So we are planning. නාගතේ මෙහෙම වෙයි. ලංකාවට මෙට්‍රෝ බස් දාලා මෙට්‍රෝ බස් වලින් අපේ තියෙන කන්ඩිෂන් එක එහෙම නැත්නම් අපේ තියෙන ලයිව්ලිහුඩ් එක අප්ලිෆ්ට් වෙලා මේ තියෙන ලොරි චැසි තියෙන බස් ටික අයින් වුණාම අපිට හොඳ transport system එකක් ලංකාවේ established වෙයි. So for that they are doing it, but they don't know when will it happen, right? Okay, so පොහොසත් රටක් ලස්සන ජීවිතයක්. ඔව් නේද? ඒක තමයි ලස්සන ජීවිතයක්. That's correct. Thank you. Planning of economic and social development, where the government will have to make a deliberate attempt to by coordinating economic decision making to influence, direct, and control the level of growth of the economy. So planning of economic and social development, it is something else. So you can't say if it is a engineering work, if it is a, if it is a specific task, right? So if it is production related, specifically production related, so you can say, right, at the end of this month or at the end of next 3 months, right, we are there. But in this case, economic and social development, it is very hard to predict the exact moment where or when you are going to get the final outcome. But you can check the progress, right? Okay. So we have different types of plans. So we are going to learn about different types of plans. But I mean, after having this lecture series about this module, you have to have a general idea when somebody talk about the planning processes, right? So you have to have idea about these things, right? So National Development Plan critically explain the development objectives to be achieved over a given period and the actions to be taken to achieve these goals. So National Development Plan is a holistic approach, right? So it is not individually explained. There are different cascaded plans that you can discuss. But the National Development Plan is the holistic approach. So critically explain the development objectives to be achieved over a given period, right? So you have different aspects or different, branches of the National Development Plan. So one thing is the Economic Development Plan, a written document setting out the economic targets to be reached in a given period of time and specifying how resources are to be allocated to reach the targets. So in this case, Economic Development Plan, for example, now still Sri Lanka is running, right, with the standards or with the parameters given by the IMF. You know that, right? IMF එකෙන් අපිට ණය දෙනවා, right? So still we are at the I think almost the last phases of the IMF. So we are getting dollars as a loan, right? It's a long lease loan. So we are getting the money from the IMF. In return, we have to adhere for the guidelines given by the IMF. This is not because they are ruling, because normally what other people are doing, so there are so many other wealthy nations, they are willing to help us in return of something else, right? So that is not the way you develop the economy. අපේ රටට ඔයිට කලින් එක එක අවස්ථාවල අපි ණය අරන් තියෙනවා. දැන් ණය ගත්තාම ඒ ණය වලින් කොටසක් ණය ගන්න මනුස්සයගේ සාක්කුවට යනවා. ඊට පස්සේ මේ ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් එක දෙන මනුස්සයාට තව පොඩ්ඩක් යනවා. අන්තිමට පොඩි මොකක් හරි දෙයක් තමයි ඉතුරු වෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඒක නෙමෙයි හරි විදිය. දැන් ඒක එහෙම වුණා කියමුකෝ. ඊට පස්සේ මේ ණය ඔක්කොම ආපහු ගෙවන්න ඕන. ඔය විදියට ණය accumulate වුණා. When you have a whole lot of මොනවද? Loans to be paid, right? You don't have enough earnings and foreign direct investments. You can't run your nation. So now this IMF, what they are doing, okay, you already screwed up, right? So they said you already screwed up. So you did your own ways and we saw, right? Your politicians are not doing well, right? They are doing only for themselves, not for the nation. So now here we are, right? IMF or the International Monetary Fund. So we are here to stabilize your economy. If you want to do so, yes, definitely we will give you money. But you have to spend the money according to the system that we are going to give you, right? So you have to show us the progress. When you are showing the progress and when you are happy, we are going to release the next part of the loan. So that is why always make IMF loan with the yes, true. Otherwise, you don't know because you don't have control, right? Because of the prehistory of our politicians, how they did in the previous era, right? So people are not happy. The people who are going to give us the money, they are not happy because the last moment, I mean, a couple of years back, our central bank announced that we are a defaulted economy. Ne? අපි බංකොලොත් රාජ්‍යයක් කියලා කිව්වනේ. එතකොට හිතන්නකෝ අපිට ණය දීලා බලන් ඉන්න ණය ගෙවා ගන්න නැහැ කිව්වොත් මොකද කරන්නේ? So that is why they said, okay, if you want to have money, yes, we will give you money. This is your last resort, right? One way or another, you have to adhere to our plan. So you have to go through all the things that we discussed, the way we give you the plan. And if you do so, definitely you can earn money, right? Then you can stabilize your economy. Otherwise, you don't have money. So now that is why whether this government or the previous government, once they entering into the agreement with the IMF, they have to follow that, right? You can't screw that. So because if you do so, right, you will be definitely put into a corner in the world economy and nobody will invest here because nobody will trust you, right? But nowadays what will happen, now what is happening, this government also aligned with the IMF. So they are trying to have some negotiations with the IMF and some of the parts, yes, you are getting good, what do you call the concession rates and so, but in the same time, the taxes are so high, right? Some of the goods and services are also, prices are so high. So that is because of the standards that they are following, established by the IMF. So that is why I said, so economic development plan, you can't say, right, the exact movement that you are achieving that plan, right? But it has some steps, right? So you can measure the step or that milestone is achieved or not, right? So in Sri Lanka, now we already achieved that milestone in previous 6 months time. Once you achieve that milestone, you will be given the next part of your loan. එහෙම නෙවෙන්නේ නේ. IMF එකෙන් ණය දෙන්න, right? මේක හොඳට මේ concept එක මතක තියන්න. I'm not talking about the politics also. I'm just talking about the method and the procedure that they are following, right? Similar happens in some other small scale practices as well, right? So that is what economic development plan aligns in Sri Lanka, right? Okay. So in the current world context, the most countries are adopting free market economic system. So in Sri Lanka also after the 72 and 77, right? So we have free market economy. As we discussed in the previous lecture, previous week, right, last week, the expectation was to export as much as possible the goods and the services that we produce in Sri Lanka to the world and earn foreign exchange. But ultimately what happened, until means still it is like that, right? So we don't have our own goods and services. We have services since we are having service-based economy, but we don't have products, or what do you call significant products, iconic products, which can catch the global market. So always our imports are higher than the exports. So that is not the way a developing economy should run, right? So that is why always we are struggling. That is why always we are having some import bans. ලංකාවට වාහනයක් ගෙන්නනකොට ඒ වාහන තුනක සල්ලි ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. That is because we don't have money. If you do so, since if you have money, then you can spend it and you take your own vehicle. But the thing is, when you are consuming, ultimately you are spending the money inside the country and you are giving dollars to the other countries, right? The equilibrium of a free economic system is commonly based on different market forces that are linked with aggregate market demand and aggregate market supply. That is true, no? Always අපි market එකේ demand එකයි supply ගැන කතා කරන්නේ. Aggregate means together. එකතු වෙලා. හරිද? market එකේ ඔක්කොම එකතු කරලා ගත්තාම අපිට තියෙන demand එකයි අපිට තියෙන supply එකයි එකතු කරාම තමයි ওই දෙකේ balance එක තමයි equilibrium කියන්නේ balance එක. Right? So that is how free economic system runs. හරිද? ඔය කියන්නේ අපිට වැඩිපුර මොන හරි දෙයක් ඕනේ. ලංකාවට අපි කැමති මොනවද? ගයින් ටොයිස් කියලා ළමයින්ට ටොයිස් ලංකාවේ හදන්න නැති ලස්සන ටොයිස් චීනේ තියෙනවා. එහෙනම් අපි චීනෙන් ටොයිස් ඉම්පෝට් කරනවා. එතකොට තා මොනවා හරි අපි දකින දේවල් අපිට ඕනේ කියලා දෙන දේවල් අපි ඉම්පෝට් කරනවා. මොකද ඒක ගාණ අඩුයි අපිට ගෙනල්ලා ඒක කන්සියුම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. So you have to find pathways to produce and export in Sri Lanka also more. There are businessmen who are uh, selling the products to the global market. But in common, if you proportionately, if you check, it is very less than the amount that we are import. That is the case. අපි ගෙන්නන ප්‍රමාණය වැඩි අපි export කරනවට වඩා. Planning requires to overcome uncontrollable market forces that could harm this market equilibrium. So that is why planning requires. That is why the government saying, right, okay, now you have now we have ban for importation of vehicles. Okay, so after having a good, strength in the economy, they said, okay, now the market is open, you can import vehicles. Then again, they realized when you're importing vehicles, again, it will be challenging to make the stability. Then they said, okay, if you want, again, we are going to have another tax. You have to pay this tax also to get the new vehicle, right? Again, they have, again, still you want to import because they discourage by having that additional tax. Okay, don't import, wait for a moment, then we will have, when we have favorable time, definitely these taxes will be lower. But still you have eager to import, then it's okay. You can pay the extra money and you can import your vehicle, right? තාමත් වාහන ගෙන්නනවනේ ටැක්ස් වැඩි වුණා කියලා ගෙන්නන එක ප්‍රමාණය අඩු වුණාට ගෙන්නන එක සම්පූර්ණ නැවතිලා නැහැ, right? So, or else it can lead to fail in the market. So you have to make sure, right, when you are taking decision, it should not harm to the equilibrium of the market. Otherwise, total market will collapse. We had that momentum couple of years back. So that is why, right, we couldn't do anything. අපිට ණය ගෙවා ගන්නත් බෑ. අපිට මොනවද පොහොර ගන්න සල්ලි නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ ඕගනික් කියලා ඒව ගෙන්න ගන්න සල්ලි නැහැ. තෙල් ගන්න සල්ලි නැහැ. ගෑස් නෑ ඔක්කොම නැති වුණා නේද? අන්තිමට බෙහෙත් ගන්න සල්ලි නෑ. ඊට පස්සේ ඉන්දියාවෙන් ආය අරගෙන ඉන්දියාවෙන්ම තෙල් මොනවද මේවා ගත්තා. ඒ වගේ අපි නේ ඒ වගේ කාලයක් එක because we are the people who experience all these dumb shit, right? So අපිට තිබ්බ හොඳම දේවලුත් අපි දැකලා තියෙනවා, නරක දේවලුත් දැකලා තියෙනවා, ආයෙක නැගිටින හැටිත් දැකලා තියෙනවා නේ. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේවා normally these are happening within 20 or 30 years time. In Sri Lanka, within 2 or 3 years time, we are seeing all these things, right? අපිට මේ examples එක්කම කියන්න තියෙනවා ඉන්නේ. Okay. None of the economies in current world are performed according to the assumptions of perfectly competitive market. It's true, ne? So if you, I think you know, right? You learn about the basic economics in this module, in this degree program. So you know what is perfectly competitive market. So can anybody tell me what are the features of perfectly competitive market? මට කියන්න perfectly competitive market එකේ තියෙන features මොනවද? Yes. What are the features of perfectly competitive market? Perfectly competitive market ගැන ඉගෙනගෙන තියෙනවද? Have you learned? Yes, can anybody tell me what are the features of perfectly competitive market? Real estate, agriculture. No, I'm not asking. Real estates are not perfectly competitive. I'm just asking what is perfectly making. So where's your badge rep? Have you learned about perfectly competitive market?
Still not, sir.
Sir? Sellers, buyers, moving market. Yes, true. Perfectly ඉගෙනගෙන තියෙනවනේ. Perfectly competitive market එක ගැන ඉගෙනගෙන තියෙනව නේද ඔයගොල්ලෝ? Monopoly, oligopoly, perfect competition මේවා ඉගෙනගෙන තියෙනව නේද?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Okay. So perfect competition means you can come into the market anytime you want. You can leave the market anytime you want. You can do the business, but the thing is, the price of the good or the service that you are going to offer in the market, you can't change, right? Because why? Because it's already set by the market, right? So you can't say I'm going to give it you higher prices, right? Yes, perfect information, right? You have all the information. So you can't say you are having a greater good or greater service because already the similar product or the similar service is available in elsewhere. And it is not far, it is already close by, right? But the thing is, nowadays, you can't exactly say that all the uniform market price, yes, uniform market price, thank you. So you can't exactly say that all uh, the the markets that we are expected to behave in the perfect competition is behaving as it is, right? So because why? Because nowadays the perfect competition also again customized or again with some of the zero transportation cost. No, that is not there, right? So, so normally you can't say that all the markets are behaving in the perfect competitive manner because of the customization or what or adding features. For example, if you want to purchase loaf of bread, right? What is the price of a loaf of bread now? පාංගිඩියක මිල කීයද? Yes. පාංගිඩියක් කීයද දැන්? What is the price of a loaf of bread? පාංගිඩියක් කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ආණ්ඩුව පෙරලන්න පුළුවන් වෙච්ච එකක් මීට සෑහෙන කාලයකට කලින් 120. wow, yeah. 120ට පාන් තියෙනවා. පාන් රාත්තලක් 120ට 140.
150.
Yes, it's around 150 නේද? අපි කීල්ස් එකකින් අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් 149 කියලා තියෙන. It's around 150, right? So let's say that is the price. But normally people, yes, there are people who purchase this loaf of bread, and in the same time, the people who prefer loaf of bread will not go for the 150 bread. There are some value additions, right? There are some sliced breads. There are some what do you call uh, sandwich breads and what else? අර මොනවද පුරක්කම්පාන් කියයි නේද? කීක වර්ග තියෙනවනේ. High grade, another high nutrition bread, different types. So if you want to go for these breads, definitely it's around 450 or 500 rupees, right? Sometimes 280, right? So that is still it is loaf of bread now. But the case is when they add some value, they can give higher prices. But the thing is, earlier it was not like that. If you want to purchase, right? So if you want to purchase sugar, right? Almost it is same. අර කළු කඩේ මුදලාලි ගමේ හිටියේ නැත්නම් එයාලා රුපියල් 10ක් වැඩි වෙන එක වෙනම කතාවක්. එහෙම වෙන්න බෑ. සීනි කොහෙත් එකම මිල වෙන්න ඕනේ. පිටි එකම මිල වෙන්න ඕනේ. කිරි පිටි එකම මිල වෙන්න ඕනේ, right? So can you hear me clearly? Because it says my connection is unstable. Can you hear me clearly? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, so that is how. No, sir. Now it's okay, right? You can hear me neither. You want me to? Then I will close the. Okay. I'm on a video going. All right. Okay. So now I think it's okay, right? Only voice and the sharing document is transferring through the networks. So no video, right? Okay, so there's no point of assuming that the limited amount of resources available in the world, that means land, labor, capital, and management, are allocated on the best choice of production in order to fulfill the insatiable human needs. You know, there are 4 different facts of production, that is land, labor, capital, and management. So you can't say, right? Even in the most developed countries also, you can't say you are allocating all these resources in the optimum manner where you can get the highest output, because you know land, labor, right? Those are scarce resources, right? Resources are scarce. So you can't say that you are allocating it in the most suitable manner, right? You know that in the last previous lecture also I mentioned, right? 80% of the resources are distributed among 20% of the wealthy people in the world. So rest of the 20% of the resources, they are distributed among the 80% of the population. So that is the disparity that you have to agree whether you like it or not, right? So failure of the market in allocating these resources in their most competitive ends provides the reason for planning. So now you can see, right? So you can't say it is directly the most well arranged, proportionately allocated. So that means definitely first you have to plan what is the amount that you need from different resources to fulfill your final output, right? අපිට අන්තිම output එක ගන්න මොනවද අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ කියන එක අපි plan කරන්න ඕනේ, right? Okay, so what are the basic economic problems? What to produce and how much to produce. I think you already know these things from your basic economics, but we will have a quick brush up, right? Maybe product matak කරගෙන යන්න. What to produce and how much to produce. That is product mix. The consumers at a given point of time demand several goods and services, right? So you have to make sure what to produce and how much. මොනවද හදන්න ඕනේ කොච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක්ද හදන්න ඕනේ. That is the product mix. It is very important to take favorable economic decision to determine what should be produced and how much should be produced using the limited amount of resources available. One must know how to plan the production process to produce the most important goods and services economically. So that means, for example, nowadays, you know, right, we are hearing, right, seasonally, we are hearing this problem. What is that? Not getting the satisfiable price for paddy, right? Because now they are harvesting, right? So when you are cultivating, you have to make sure you are producing according to the demand that you are having in the country, right? When you have excess production, you have to have alternate options. So when you have scarce production, definitely you have to have alternate production to fulfill the vacuum, right? Both are not good, right? Okay, so that is product mix. So you know this one, production possibility frontier, make a PPF. Okay, so I will explain this, right? මම මේක සමහරට exam එකේදී අහන්න ඉඩ තියෙනවා, right? So you have to make sure, because this part you have to be thorough, right? So listen to this part very carefully. So this is the production possibility frontier. So this is like opportunity cost that we are having. So you know what is opportunity cost? Can anybody explain what is the opportunity cost? මොකද්ද opportunity cost කියන්නේ? Opportunity cost means the last most desirable alternative opportunity foregone. The last most desirable alternative opportunity foregone. That means when you are consuming something, when you are purchasing something, when you are doing something, you have to leave some of the other options behind. For example, today now you are learning this module, right, by sitting in front of your laptop or your phone, right? Right. I know there are some people who are doing some other works by putting this on as an avatar, right? That is there. But when you want to actually learn, definitely you have to sacrifice your time. You have to sacrifice your family time, right? You have to sacrifice your working time. And you have to sacrifice your other works, right? Sometimes this time might be very useful to earn extra money, or this time might be very useful to go for shopping, right? So you are sacrificing. So what is the most desirable alternative opportunity? So likewise, you have to select the best choice or best mix, right? So here in this production possibility frontier, it discusses the amount of production, the produce that you can have from some good, right? With the optimum amount of the other good or the service, right? According to the available resources. අපි ගාව තියෙන resources පාවිච්චි කරලා අපිට හදන්න පුළුවන් optimum. දැන් එකක maximum වුණොත් අනිකෙන් හදාගන්න බැරුව යනවා. Right? So the optimum means you have to make sure both are balanced according to the demand, according to the availability, right? So, right, look at this one, right? So here you can see, right? So you can see there are points, right? A, B, C, D, E, and F. So you can see it is not a straight line. So you can see if you want to produce by having your money, by having your space, by having your machineries, the amount that you produce is different. So it is not line value, it's a curve thing, right? So you can see in this y-axis, it is food. Food, it is food. And for the x-axis, it is clothes, right? So you can see the amount of foods and clothes that you can produce by spending your resources. So if you are not spending anything, right, that means if you want to make clothes, definitely you need to have a space, you need to have sewing machines, you need to have raw materials, then you need to have what else? Labors for that, right? So likewise, there are different different resource allocations that you have to check on. If you want to produce food, right, again, what you have to do, right, if you are producing only food, again, you need, if it is a bakery product, you need equipment, right, you need human resources, then you need space for that, right? You need refrigerators, you need raw materials, right? There are different options that you have to have. So here you can see if you are not producing clothes, right? If you are not producing clothes at all, right? Clothes, right? If you are spending only for food, right? So you can see here, you can produce 100 units of food, right? It's a basic thing, right? You can produce 100 units of food. So when you're producing 100 units, right? Your ability to produce clothes is zero, right? So if you are not producing food at all and you're focusing only on clothes, right? So here you can't see it's more than 150 units, right? Let's say it is around 160. 160. Okay. So you can have 160 clothes by spending your available resources, right? So when you are producing 160 clothes, so your ability to produce food is zero, right? So you can see now you have to have a mix, because if you want to stay, now it's food and clothes, but you can say, let's say it's two different crops, right? You want to have, if it is a upcountry place where you want to produce. Okay, let's take an example from the plantation sector, right? So you have a place where you can grow coconut and rubber, right? Both can be planted, right? So you have to think the amount of extent that you are going to have for coconut and the amount of extent that you're going to have for rubber. By having rubber, only planted rubber will not enough, because you have to have the upkeep, you have to have tappers, you have to have a processing area or the factory. But if it is only for coconut, just you can pluck and you can sell that as it is, or you can have another desiccated coconut factory or something, right? So likewise, there are different requirements, right? Okay, so for example, මෙතන food and clothes කියලා ගමු. මේක අපිට අර විදිහට පුළුවන්. Two different options, right? You have land, so you have to make sure whether you are directly going only for the coconut or only for the rubber, or have a mix. Or if it is a mix, what are the amount of resources that you need proportionately, how you are going to arrange it, right? Because resources are scarce. So here you can see, if you take a point in between these extremes, right? For example, if you produce 50 units of food, right here you can see, right? 50 units of food you can produce if you correctly allocate your resources, right? Where it meets D, right? The point D, you can prepare 150 units of clothes. But if you are expecting, you can see that it is not evenly distributed. දැන් ඔයා මෙතනදී 50කට දැන් මේ 100 නේ මේක වැඩිපුරම ඒක භාගයකට අඩු කරොත් ඔයාට ක්ලෝත්ස් වලින් 150කට යන්න පුළුවන්. So that means දැන් මේ නම් මේක 50 නම් මේකත් 50 වෙන්න බෑ. එහෙම වෙන්නේ නැහැ, right? So that is the difference, right? Because of the different requirement of resource allocation. So you can see you can prepare or you can get 150 clothes. If we increase further the food production, again, when it touch, that is the point C, right? Here, you can see when you increase it, definitely you have to give up some of the units of production of clothes. Again, it will reduce by 50, right? So now it is 100, right? When it is 175 units, right? When you increase by 25, here it is the gap is only 25, right? When you increase by 25, you have to give up how much? 50, right? 50 units of clothes. So that is not even, right? So again, it is okay. Still, it is achievable. These points are achievable. B, C, D, A also achievable because you are allocating your all resources only for clothes, right? So if you, again, if you increase 400, it will give, you have to give up 100 units of clothes, So you have to decide. Okay, so now there are two other points, right? Okay, look at this one, the point E, right? If you check, let's say this is the point E, right? Sorry about my drawings, right? If this is the point E, right? Let's say it is now, it is 55, right? Sorry, 55. If it is 55 right here, it might be 120 or something, right? So 120 here. So what you can say about this point? May point again all that means if you produce 55, let's say you are planning to produce 55 and you are producing only this much, you can have 120 units of clothes. So what is the message that you can get? මොකක්ද එකකින් ඔයාලට හිතෙන්නේ? Yes? Any idea? Any idea on that? මොකක්ද එකකින් හිතෙන්නේ? Resource allocation ගැන මොකද හිතෙන්නේ? Anything? Yes. So not surplus, right? So if you think, thank you very much for the answer. So if you go for 55 and stop here at the point T, you can produce 120. That's true. But still you have more resources, right? Here you have more resources. So you can go until sometimes it might be until 140 or something here. Or else, if you wait here in the 120, you can go until around what? 70 or something, see, right? So that means this particular place, right? E is what? Inefficient, right? We call this place, this point as inefficient. Inefficient, right? So here you can see another place, right? If you produce this much, you can produce this much. No, you can't. Why? Because it is out of this curve. That means you don't have resources to produce until this one, right? So you can't go for this point. That means that is insufficient, right? That part inefficient. This is insufficient, right? So this is insufficient, right? Inefficient and insufficient. These are optimum production points. Okay? Understood? Hope you got it. Okay, let's move forward. Sorry. Okay, so then how to produce, right? Production mix already decided. Now how to produce the resource combination, right? The thing that I discussed, always related with the level of scarce resources available that I already explained. Production of a economy of a commodity in an economy is depending on several input combinations, combination of labor, land, capital, management, right? It is vital to plan the production process precisely to maximize the efficiency of production. So that is why you have to make sure you are producing according to the demand of the market, right? Otherwise, you are producing because you are doing it, because your ancestors are doing it, right? So that is not the way you should think, right? You have to think about more economic and more smart way, right? The amount that you have to produce, you need to produce. In Sri Lanka, for example, right? We have paddy and we have excess production sometimes we don't have enough production, right? There are time fluctuations. But if you think about the produce of production of green grams, then cowpea, right? Still we have production, but still 1 kilogram is around 1,000 rupees, right? රුපියල් 1000ක් විතර යනවා කිලෝ එක. කව්පියම කිලෝ එකක් ගන්නවා නම්. So that means higher demand. So that means there is a problem in the production. So if you can increase the production, you can reduce the price and it will be available all over the market, right? So likewise, that's a common example. So there are plenty of other examples where you can utilize your land, your labor, your capital in an efficient manner, but not having all the previous cultural practices or the things that you used to produce for the long run by giving up, but having them also, still you have a production, you can have a production mix, right? Then how to distribute goods and services? That is income distribution, right? So proper distribution of produced commodities is highly associated with the income distribution patterns, right? So that means the affordability, the amount the amount of money that you can spend on the goods and services, right? So when you look at for example, if you look at the fish market, right? Api malu galu ganna thanakata gihilla, if you wait until the people, if you observe them very carefully for, let's say, for half an hour, right? You can see some are coming, they ask for the small fish, right? And sometimes very cheap fish, right? And there are some people who are coming with good vehicle and they are only go for expensive, right? Kilavalla, Thora, right? So likewise, right? So that means that is because of the level of affordability that you have. So that means somehow you have to make sure you are giving quality produce with lower price to the market, then people are happy, then they can buy. But the thing is, because of this income distribution pattern, right? All of the people දැන් අපිට දැන් මේ වෙලාවේ හිතුණා කියලා අපිට ඕනේ දේ කන්න බෑනේ. අපි අතේ සල්ලි තියෙන්න ඕනේ. අපිට ඒක available වෙන්න ඕනේ. සල්ලි තිබුණොත් ඒක ගන්න පුළුවන් තරක් තියෙනවා නේ. Right? So that is the case, right? Okay. Then economic efficiency. So what is economic efficiency? Economic efficiency can be broadly classified into two categories: technical efficiency and pricing efficiency. So what is technical efficiency? This is related to input-output relationship. Technically, efficient, right? Relationship of the economy directly related to the state of technology of the economy, right? Act as a physical backbone of the economy. Technical efficiency of a given country is directly related with the capital input ratio. So for example, if you look at the plantation sector, right? Still we are having that so-called pride with the authentic production of orthodox tea manufacturing. So orthodox tea manufacturing is good, but still we are following the technology invented by the Suddha in the colonial era, right? So those technologies are now they are outdated and very energy consuming. So that is the place, one of the biggest places where you will add more value to the cost of production. So you have to make sure that you are reducing cost of production. Then only you can have good profit. So cost of production is very high because of this the technical efficiency. So if you have good alternative options, renewable energy and low cost production methods, right? So definitely you can increase the efficiency. That means you can have good profits. So definitely you have to make sure your production, right? Whether it is service, whether it is, for example, in Sri Lanka, right? There are some places where even you are giving services, you can automate that part, right? හයිවේ එක අපි යනකොට එක මිනිස්සෙක් ඉන්නවනේ දත දික් කරලා හැම වෙලාවෙම ටිකට් එකක් දෙනවා. ඕක ඔටෝමේට් කරන්න පුළුවන්. So you can save a lot of money and you can use this human capital for some other productive work, right? So but still we are not doing so. If you want to improve the efficiency, definitely you have to think about the technological transformation that is there. That is the technical efficiency, right? Then the pricing efficiency related with the capacity of economic system to make effective changes and to promote the reallocation of resources, maintain the consistency between what is produced and what is demanded. So when you want to have something, right? For example, for the paddy also these days, right? They are not getting the enough, they are not getting enough price or the price for paddy. That is because we don't have good mechanism for that. Still, the government also, this government also struggle because there are some key players, right? It's kind of oligopoly. So they are manipulating the price, right? They want to have, because they have enough resources, they are technically very efficient, right? Then, so-called, how the Almol Himio, right? They are very efficient, right? They are efficient more than the government. So what happens when government is incapable of offering these things to the public, definitely the advantage always go for the private sector. So when you have only the private sector ruling that industry, they will have the ruling power. They will have the power to set the price also. So that is the pathetic situation. That is why, for example, the public transport, right? The මේ දවස්වල public transport වල ඥානයුරු ගන්නවනේ මේක වෙන්න බෑ එහෙම කරන්න කොහමද අපිට ප්‍රශ්න no. That is because always if you look at the public sector, right, ළඟමින් offer කරන transport එක හැම වෙලාවෙම අපි දන්නවනේ CTV bus එක නම් බෑ private එක යන් කියන තැනට mentality එක හැදිලා තිබුණා. Because the government sector is offering only the basic service. අපිට නිකන් පස්ස දිහා යන වඩල එක තැනක ඉඳන් තව තැනකට යන්න පුළුවන් නේ. ඊට පස්සේ අපිට ඇඟේ අමාරුවනේ ප්‍රශ්න කොට. Now they are trying to offer comfortable, very convenient service. That means people are looking, normally that's true, right? All the people, they are trying to go for convenient service with reasonable price. So if you can offer this service with that all the qualities, definitely there will be competition, right? Early it was not like that. Definitely, that is why, right? Once you increase the fuel price, then private bus, right? The people they said, okay, tomorrow onwards we are going to increase our price, right? රුපියල් 10කින් අවම ගාස්තු වැඩි වෙනවා. වැඩිම ගාස්තු රුපියල් 100කින් වැඩි වෙනවා. So they are announcing, they are doing press conference and they are having the pricing mechanism. But once you have a good competitive government-owned sector in the same industry, even they increase their prices, nobody care. Because if you increase the price, again, when it is perfectly competitive, nobody will choose that transport. Definitely, they will go with the public transport. Again, money comes for that, right? Railway also same, right? So railway, it's a good profitable business. Still, we are keeping in Sri Lanka as a monopoly. There is no any private sector coming into the industry. So that means if you can offer a good pricing efficiency, definitely it should be a beneficial thing to have uplift your economy, right? Then technical efficiency කියන එකයි pricing efficiency කියන එකයි තේරෙන්නේ නැති. Okay. So yes, now it's 9:10, right? I need 5 minutes break, right? Then we'll start the next part, right? විනාඩි 5ක පොඩි break එකක් දෙන්න මට.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we'll continue. Right. So now you know what is efficiency, right? So now we are going to learn about the plan. So because this is planning, right? Economic, development planning. So you have to learn different types of plans. So plan in development planning, right? Usually designed at national level. So development planning. So normally plan is a national level thing, but you can, for example, in your household also, you can have your own plan. But here we are talking about the economic development. Definitely the plan should be as a country-wise plan, right? A plan එක country එකටම national level එකකින් කරන එකකින් තමයි economic එක develop කරන්න පුළුවන් economic නේ. ලංකාවේදී ඔය කරන හැම දෙයක්ම plan කරනවා, right? We have to have 2 years plan, 3 years plan. We are going to learn these things, right? Large number of institutions and organizations that are involved, right? So that means planning cannot be done only by one section, right? දැන් හිතන්නකො මුදල් අමාත්‍යාංශයට plan කරන්න බෑ ඔක්කොම අපි මෙච්චරක් දානවා මේ ආදායම මෙච්චරක් තියාගන්න. So likewise you can't say, because you have to make sure all the other subunits are producing as expected manner. Otherwise you can't say you are getting the enough enough money into the country, right? So that means planning is not only a single institution process, it's a kind of a collective process. So it's a comprehensive in nature, right? Task is complex. There are several types of plans according to different points of view, right? There are several types of plans. Plans, so according to different points of view. For example, right, these are some old examples, right? Supply irrigation water primarily and other related infrastructure such as electricity, roads, machinery, extension, and inland water fisheries to the dry zone in Sri Lanka. Then the Mahaveli කියන්නේ ඒ වගේ එකක් ව්‍යාපෘතිය, right? So it's not a single project. නිකන් වතුර එක තැනක ඉඳන් තව තැනකට අරන් යනවා නෙමෙයි. So supply irrigation water, that's a primary target. And other than, right, what? Electricity, roads, machinery, extension, right? Inland water fisheries, ඔය ඔක්කොම තියෙනවා, right? Then we have programs, right? So you have to know the difference between plan and a program. So program means usually it covers small areas below the national level. Then our plan එක ඇතුලේ අපිට programs කීපයක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. Programs are not comprehensive than plans, since comparatively fewer member of institutions are involved. So you have different programs under the plan, right? There might be several programs. For example, achieve objectives of the previous plan, several multi-purpose development programs were launched by previous government. Accelerated Mahavel Development Program, one example, right? I'm not going to give you all the examples. You can have plenty of examples in current current context also, right? So you have to find these things. So it's a program, right? Under the plan, the plan එක මතකයිනේ irrigation දෙන්න ඕනේ, මේවා ඇති කරන්න ඕනේ, right? Inland fisheries, ඔක්කොමත් එක්ක ඔන්න මහවැලි accelerated මහවැලි program තියෙනවා. Then we have projects, right? So you are cascading your what do you call your expectations, you are planning into different subsets. So the projects usually called as the building blocks of plans. So projects are the building blocks of plan. Plan එකේ තියෙන building block එක තමයි projects. So you can evaluate projects, right? So end result එක අපිට projects වල ගන්න පුළුවන්. Plan or program is normally consisted with several small or medium scale projects. Units of investment. So you can't invest directly for the plan. It's a huge, comprehensive task. You don't know what will go wrong. You don't know what are the things that you can success, right? So there are different scenarios. So you can't measure the ultimate impact, but project-wise you can measure, right? Plans are first devised or derived, right, into several programs, and those programs are then subdivided into small projects. For example, Mahavel Development Project was subdivided into several Mahavel Development Program, right? Was subdivided into several projects by considering the different objectives. Convenience of investment. For example, Victoria, Randinigala, Kotmale, Maduroya, Rantambe, right? You know these things, right? These are projects, right? So once you complete the Victoria, it will not interact with the Randinigal. It is something else, right? So likewise, those are behaving, those are operating individually, right? Projects are individually operating. Once you complete that project, it might affect for the next project, right? That is there. So now you know the plan, for example, another one, right? Poverty alleviation in Sri Lanka. That is the plan. So we have a plan to alleviate the poverty in Sri Lanka. What is the program? To achieve this objective, different programs were launched by previous government. Janasavya, Samurdhi, Lanka, them may. Then they came with Divineguma, right? What else? Them මොනවද තියෙන්නේ මේ වෙනකොට? Hmm? What are the programs now we are having? Because poverty alleviation is a must, you know, right? We learn about the sustainable development goals. Definitely you have to adhere, right? The first development goal is what? Alleviate poverty, right? Aswasuma, yes, Aswasuma, right? Aswasuma is there. Thank you. Then the projects, right? Several small and medium scale agricultural and non-agricultural, right? Projects are identified under both programs, such as construction of small tanks, agro wells, gravel roads, ne? ගමකට එක වැඩක් එකෙක් කාලට ආවේ. එතකොට ලින්ක් කපලා දෙනවා නේ. ඒ වගේ එක එක දේවල් තියෙනවා. ලින්ක් මොනවාද? ටැංකි වෙනවද? වැව් සුද්ධ කරනවා, right? So those are the projects, right? Poverty alleviation. So you can see, right? How the general plan can be achieved by having several programs, and those programs can be subdivided into small units called projects where you can allocate funds and you can measure the progress, right? Okay. So then now I'm going to give you one activity, right? So now I'm going to divide you into groups, right? So you have to discuss and formulate a plan, program and project in the context of plantation sector, right? There are plenty of examples that we can take in, you know, in the plantation sector. Okay, poverty තියෙනවා, okay, ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ health පැත්ත තියෙනවා. So you can have the climate action is there. You can have production efficiency, right? You can have raw materials, right? There are plenty of aspects that you can think, right? So don't ask from the chat GPT, please, because you have to learn, you have to brainstorm yourself, right? Otherwise, you will show something here, right? I'm not, because definitely you have to do this, right? I'm going to give you one link to upload your presentation, right? Definitely that is there. But definitely you have to learn, right? This is a learning process. I'm also spending my time. You're also spending your time. So make it worth, right? Okay. So today we have around 36 students. So I will divide you into 5 groups. Yes, I will divide you into 5 groups, right? So since you don't have this one, I will share the slide with you. Right, I will put it into the chat box, then you can okay. Now it is in the chat box. Please let me know whether you can download it or not. බලන්න එක download කරගන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා? Can? Okay, right. So you have the activity with you, and I'm going to give you 30 minutes, right? So have a good plan, right? If you can show it how to do, what are the things that you are going to get, right? You can explain it within 5 minutes time. It will be better, right? Don't just tell me the names and things, explain it, right? So then only you can have your knowledge, right? Because knowledge you can gather in different ways. Taught is something else, right? One thing, and you can generate your own knowledge. You can search for knowledge, right? Okay, so I'm going to divide you into 5 groups enough, huh? Group පහකට දාන්න.
කවුද ඉන්නේ ගෲප් එකේ?
මගේ WhatsApp group එකක් හදනවද?
අදම නේද නැත්තම් එදා.
ඒක තමයි.
එදා වගේ
මම
නැත්තම්
අහන් හිටියේ නෑ මේකෙන් ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එකක්ද හදන්න කිව්වද එදා වගේ.
එදා වගේ එක ස්ලයිඩ් එකක් තමයි හදන්න කියලා තියෙන්නේ.
එක ස්ලයිඩ් එකක්.
ඔව්.
මේක දාලා ගමුනේ එහෙනම් අරකට. ඒක දාන්නත් එපා කිව්වනේ.
ඔව් ඒකට දාන්නත් එපා කිව්වා මේ.
නෑ
එක
ඒ වගේ අරගෙන ආයෙ මේව කරලා හදමු එදා වගේ නේද?
හදම එක ස්ලයිඩ් එකකින් තමයි මේ එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්න කිව්වේ.
මොකද ගන්න WhatsApp group එකක් වඩ පුළුවන් වේද හදාගන්න?
අනිත් අය කවුද ඉන්නේ දන්නේ නැහනේ මම දන්නේ
තාක්
නැහැ.
දන්න ඒක තමයි. නම්බර්ස් ටික කියනවද මොකද කරන්නේ?
ඔව් දුලක්ෂ ඉන්නව නේද? අනිත් අය නැද්ද මන්ද?
කවුරුත් කතා කරන්නේ නැහනේ.
කට්ටිය
මේ පැය භාගයයි තියෙන්නේ.
ඔය පැය භාගයයි දුන්නේ.
හරි ප්ලෑන් එක මොකක්ද?
මගේ කියන්නකෝ ෆෝන් නම්බර් එක.
මගේද?
ඔව්.
076යි 41යි
41යි
69යි 760.
760. අනිත් අය කියන්නකෝ. අනිත් අය ෆෝන් නම්බර් කියන්නකෝ.
හෙලෝ කයිසා ගත්තේ
0යි
78යි
හා
87යි
87යි
98යි
98යි
942.
942. ආයි බලන්න මෙනිකේ යන්න. මොකද දාන්න මෙනිකේ. දැන් තව කවුරු හරි කියන්නකෝ.
හෙලෝ
Double. Okay.
අනිත් එකක් ඉන්නේ තපරයක් දෙන්න.
77
ඔව් කියන්නකෝ.
77 hello
ටිකක් ඉන්න ටිකක් ඉන්නවා. ඔව් කියන්නේ
775055
50
55
හා
364.
ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ මල්ලි.
364.
මේ ඉන්න ටිකෙන්වත් කරමුද මේක?
0.71යි
චුටකින්.
456යි
වෙලාව නම්
ඔව් ඉන්න චුටක් මල්ලි.
0.3යි 0.3
කියන්න මල්ලි. 0යි
0.71යි 456යි
456යි
0.3යි 0.3
මේ කවුරු හරි බලන්නකෝ චුට්ටක් මේ මොකද කරන්න කිව්වේ කියලා. මේ කාටද පුළුවන් මේ ස්ලයිඩ් එකක් හදන්න?
හදන්න බැරිද? හදාන්න.
මට මේ PPT එක මේව කරන්න පුළුවන්. චුට්ටක් අරකට මේ මොකක් හරි කරලි වෙලා එන්න ඕන ටික බලලා කියන්න පුළුවන්ද? දාන්න පුළුවන්ද මේ WhatsApp එකට?
ඒක දාලා දෙනවා අපට බලන්න.
නෑ මේ අර මේ WhatsApp එකට දැම්මද?
මම එකක් දැම්මක චුට්ට බලන්න එක මේ
මේ ඒක ඕපන් වෙන්නේ නෑනේ.
ඕපන් වෙන්නේ නැද්ද?
මේ ෆෝන් එකේ ඕපන් වෙනවා ලැප් එකේ ඕපන් වෙන්නේ නෑ.
ඕපන
මීට වඩා හොඳ එකක් තියෙනවා නම් කවුරු හරි බලන්න මම මේක මේ
ලැප් එකක් තියෙන තව කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවද?
ඒක හරිනේ හොඳයි.
කාට හරි පුළුවන් නම් චුට්ටක් මේක මේව කරගන්න බලන්න මට බබත් එක්ක පොඩ්ඩක් අමාරුයි ඒකයි.
නෑ මේ අරගේ ඕපන් වෙනවා.
හරි ඒකම මේ දාන්න බැරි වෙයිනේ. අපිට ඒක ටයිප් කරගන්න වෙයි. නේද?
නෑ එක ෂීට් එකේ දාලා දෙන්න. මේ බැරිද ඒක? ඔව් මේක
ඒක දැන් මේ එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්නත් ඕනනේ මේ දැන් ඕක ඔහොම දාලා බෑනේ. මෙහෙම මේක පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්නකො මම දාපු එක එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්න. මේක නම් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා. පොඩ්ඩක් අරගෙන
ඒකේ ගොඩක් තියෙනවා නේද?
ඔව් ඒකෙන් මේකම කරන්නේ නැතුව මේකෙන් අර මේ අදාළ ටික විතරක් අරගෙන දැන් තියෙනවනේ ප්ලෑන් කියන එකට අදාළව ටිකක් තියෙනවා. ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් කියන එකට අදාළව ටිකක් තියෙනවා. ප්‍රොජෙක්ට් කියන එකට තව එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒක මේ සමරයිස් කරලා තමයි කියන්න වෙන්නේ කාට හරි.
මේ එදා වගේ වෙයි මට මේ මම ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එක හදලා දෙන්නම්. කාට හරි පුළුවන් නේද මේව කරන්න?
කරන්න වෙනවා.
ඈ?
කාට හරි ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න වෙනවා මේක.
ඒක තමයිනේ. කවුරුත්
පුළුවන්.
නැද්ද මේ අපේ
I
කතා
will do.
කරන්න?
මං කරන්න.
හා
මේ මල්ලි එයාට පුළුවන්ද මේක මේ ෂෙයා කරන්නත් පුළුවන්ද එතකොට? හදලා දුන්නොත්?
පුළුවන් වගේනේ.
PC එකක් තියෙන එකේ ෂෙයා කරන්න වෙයි නේද?
ඔව්
ඒක තමයි මේක ෂෙයා කරගන්න තේරෙන්නේ නැහැ මට.
එදත් පොඩ්ඩක් අවුල් ගියා අපිට නේද පළවෙනි.
ඔව් ඒ හින්දා.
මේ ඔයා මේ අනිත් පේජ් එක හදන්න ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් පේජ් එක ලාස්ට්
ඉන්ඩෙක්ස්
පේජ්
පේජ්
එක
එකක් හදා ගන්න වෙනවා. ඔව් මේක මේ ආව එක්කනේ මේකෙත් පොඩ්ඩක් මේ එඩිට් කරගත්තොත් හොඳයිද නැත්නම් මේක මේ අර ගත්තා කියලා පෙනෙයි හිතයි දන්නෙත් නැහැ.
කෝකද?
මේ මම දාපු PDF එක මම මේක මේ
සස්ටයිනබල් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් නේද?
ඔව්
මේ දාපු
ඒක
ස්ලයිඩ්
තියෙනවා
එකද කියන්නේ?
ඔව්
ඔව්
ප්ලෑන්
ස්ලයිඩ් එකට
තියෙනවා
එඩිට්
ඒ
කරගත්තා නම්
ස්ලයිඩ් එක අපි ඒ විදිහට ටයිප් කරගත්තා නම් හරි නේද? ඒක මේ කියන්නේ
ඔව්
මේ සරලයි හින්දා.
ඒකට මම ස්ක්‍රීන් ෂොට් එකක් දාන්නම් පොඩ්ඩක් ඒක මේ ඕපන් කරලා තියෙනවද
මට හරි මම මේව කරගත්තා.
ඒකයි මේ ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් නම්බර් පේජ් එකයි විතරයිනේ ඕන පේජ් 1
ඔව්
පේජ් එකක් තියෙන්නේ.
ඔව් වන් පේජ් එක ගන්නකො වෙලා වෙනවනේ
ඔව් මේ ඉක්මනට කවුරු හරි
හරි
මගේ ලැප්ටොප්
මේක
මට මේක
තියෙන
යනවා.
මේක තියෙන මේකනේ ඔය දාලා තියෙන WhatsApp එකේ දාලා
අනිත් අය ඉන්නවද? අනිත් අයට අවුලක් නැද්ද දන්නේ නැහනේ මේක නේද මම මේ අර බලලා දැම්මත් අයියා ලොකුට නැහැ මේ.
කමන්නේ නංගි.
අපි group
ඔන්න
number 4 දන්නේ.
ඔව් මේ අනිත් ඔක්කොම ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් නම්බර් එක දෙමුවොත් හොඳයිනේ
ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් නම්බර් ටික
ඉන්ඩෙක්ස්
දැම්මම
නම්බර්
එතකොට මේ දැන්
හරි
කවුද ප්‍රසන්ට්
ඉන්ඩෙක්ස්
කරන්නේ?
ඔව් ඔයාලට පුළුවන් නම් කරන්න
නේ මේ PC එකක් මේක ලැප් එකක් තියෙන එක්කනේ තමයි ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න වෙන්නේ නේද? නැත්තම් ලැප් එකක් දෙන්නේ කර රෙඩි පිට හිටියා නම් හරි. අයිසේ ෂෙයා කරගන්න බැරි වුණොත් එහෙම
ෂෙයා කරන්න ඕ.
ෂෙයා කරන්න
දෙතර
පුළුවන්ද?
ෆෝන් එකෙන් ෂෙයා කරලා පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් වුණානේ. කෞෂයක්ගේ දැන් ඇහෙනව නේද?
ඇහෙනවා.
අම්මේ බොහොම මාරෙන් හදාගත්ත බං.
මේ දැන් දෙන්න අදහස් ටික අහන්නේ මෙනි කියන්න කර හිට චුට්ටකට.
මේ මේකේ මේ
ඔව්.
ඔක්කොම ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න ඕනේද? මම පොතක් පෑනක්වත් නැහැ. මම මේ කැලේක ඉන්නේ. ඔව් වැඩහලෝ.
කෙලෙගෙන්නේ?
අද මේ JCB එකක් කියලා ලෑන්ඩ් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම්.
අද
ආ
හැමෝටම
ඒකට
ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න නම් කිව්වේ
ඒකට
නෑ.
ඈ
ඒක දාමුද? වීඩියෝ එකක් දාන්න.
මොකද්ද?
ලෑන්ඩ් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් ප්‍රෝග්‍රෑම් කියලා.
මේ කවුරු හරි කවුරුන් නැහැ ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න එක්කෙනෙක් එහෙම කිව්වේ නැත්නම් කවුරු හරි ගමන් නැහැ ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න.
ඔව් අවුලක් නැහැ මේ අර තව
එක ස්ලයිඩ්
සයිට්
එකයි
එකක්
කියලා කිව්වද?
වන් සයිඩ්
වන්
කියලා දාලා තියෙන්නේ.
ඔව්
වන්
වන්
සයිඩ්
ස්ලයිඩ් එක
තියෙන්නේ.
මිනිත්තු
ඔව්
5යි.
මිනිත්තු 5යිනේ තියෙන්නේ වන් සයිඩ්. ඒක නිකන් කියන්න තියෙන්නේ.
ඔව්.
ඔව්
ප්ලෑන් එක මොකද්ද නිකන් දලා අදහසක්.
ඔව් දාලා අදහසක් දෙන්න ඕන කවුරු ඒ කියන්නේ පොඩ්ඩක් විස්තර කරා නම් ඇති අර
ඔව්
තුන
ඒක ලියාගෙන හරි කිව්වගේ මේ මොකක් හරි නේ.
ඔව්
මේ එහෙම තමයි වෙන්නේ දැන් මේ. ඒ කියන්නේ ගොඩක් කල කරන්න යන්නේ නැහැ. ඔයාට ඕනේ අර නිකන් අර ලින්ක් එකක් වගේ තියාගන්න.
ඔව් ඉන්නවද කියලා
හරි
දැන්
මේ
බලන්න.
ෂෙයා කරන්න
සර්
පුළුවන්ද?
එහෙමලු ඒ කාලේ ඉඳලා එහෙමලු.
තව විනාඩි 12යි තියෙන්නේ මොනවට. කවුරු හරි
ඈ
ටයිප් කරන්න.
මේ
ෂෙයා
මම
කරන්න පුළුවන්.
ටයිප් කරනවා අහන්නකෝ ඔයාලට පුළුවන් නම් මේ මේක තියෙන ටික හැමම මේවා කරලා මේ අරන් දෙන්නකෝ එතකොට කොපි කරලා පේස්ට් දාන්න පුළුවන් අර මේ 1 2 3 තියෙන ටික
ඒ ටික අක්ක දාන්න ඕනේ නෑ නේද? ඒක කවුරු ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන කෙනා බලලා කිව්වනම් හරි. අර
ඔව්
ස්ලයිඩ් එකේ
ඔව්
අර ටික
අර
විතරයි.
ස්ලයිඩ් එක ඔව්
නෑ එක
ස්ලයිඩ් එකේ
ස්ලයිඩ්
තියෙන
නෑ හරි ඒක
මේ
තමයි ඒ ඔය ස්ලයිඩ් එකේ තියෙන ටික දැන් ටයිප් කරගෙන වෙලාව නැති වෙන්නේ මට චුට්ටක් බබා ප්‍රශ්නයක් ඒකයි
නෑ නෑ මේක මේ ස්ලයිඩ් එක හරි මේක එක්ස්ප්ලেইন විතරයි කරන්න.
ඉන්න මන්
ස්ලයිඩ්
දාන්න.
මේ ටික ගන්න අක්කා දැන් හරි. මේ දාලා තියෙන එක.
ස්ලයිඩ් එක ෂෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන්ද?
කවුරුත් ෂෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද?
ලැප් එකකින්ම තමයි ෂෙයා කරන්න වෙන්නේ නේ.
ඔව්
ෆෝන් එකෙන් අමාරුයි.
ඔව්
අක්කා හරියද මේ ටික ගන්න මේ පළවෙනි ස්ලයිඩ් තුන දාලා තියෙන ටික එක මේ ස්ලයිඩ් එකකට දැම්මනම් හරි.
ඔව් මේක ෂෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? හලෝ Zoom එකට ෂෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන්ද?
පුළුවන් නේ. settings වල තියෙනවා share කියලා එක.
ෂෙයා කරන්න මේ ඇක්සස් දෙනවා මේ එවලට.
හරි හරි. එතකොට ඔයාලට පුළුවන් නේ ෂෙයා කරන්න.
අපේ එකේ කීය දෙනාද ඉන්නේ group එකේ?
අපේ ගෲප් එකේ 8ක් ඉන්නවා කතා කරන්නේ නැහැනේ කවුරුවත්.
ඉතුරුයි මම වැඩ කරන ගමන් මේ දාලා තියෙනවා දන්නේ නැහැ නේ ගොඩක් කට්ටිය එහෙම සෙනසුරාදා වැඩනේ ගොඩක් කට්ටියද වරුවා. තව විනාඩි 8යි ඉන්නේ.
තව විනාඩි 8යි තියෙන්නේ. අපේ ගෙදරත් පොඩි වැඩක් කතා කරන්න.
ඔව් මේ මට නම් අවුලක් නෑ අද මේ වැඩ කේස් එක තමයි මම මේ ෆෝන් එකෙන් දාලා තිබ්බේ මම ඇහුනෙත් නෑ group එකට ඇහුණා ෆෝන් කතාවක් ටක් ගාලා වැටුවා ගිය පාරකට ගියෙත් නෑ ඒකයි
ඔව් වැඩ කරන ගමන් ඉන්නේ ඒකයි ප්‍රශ්නේ.
ඕ ගිය පාර මම සන්ඩේ ක්ලාස් එකට ගිහිල්ලා ඒකේ මම වැඩ කරන ගමන් මේ ඒකේ ගත්තම කිව්වනේ මේ කවුරුත් රෙස්පොන්ස් කරේ නෑ මම තනියම ස්ලයිඩ් එක හැදුවේ මට බෑ ප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න කියලා සන්ඩේ group එකේ
මතකද ශයන්ත අයියා?
ඈ
මතකද
ඔබත්
සිද්ධිය?
ඒකද
ඔව්
ඔව්
ඔව්.
ඔබත් ඒකද
මම බස් එකේ යන ගමන් හිටියේ දා.
ඕ අඩේ ඔබ ගිය පාරක් රූම් පො හිටිය අපි දෙන්න
ඔව්.
කවුරු හරි ෂෙයා කරගන්න කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා නම් හරි මේ ප්‍රසන්ටේෂන් එක.
මල්ලි බැරිද
මම ෆෝන් එකේ ඉන්නේ.
ෆෝන් එකෙන්
මේ
ෂෙයා
නංගි චුට්ටක් බලන්නකෝ PPT එක දැම්මා මොකද කියලා.
ඉන්න බලන්න. මේ
මටත්
කට්ටියගේ
අනේ බබත් එක්ක ඔව් ඒකයි අවුල් මේ බලන්න අය ඔයිට වඩා නම් බැරි වෙයි චුට්ටක් කොහොම හරිද මොකද කියලා.
ඇති ඇති මේකෙ
මේ
මෙහෙමයි
ඉන්න කට්ටිය
සර්ට් ඕනේ මේක අපි අර කරනවද නැද්ද කියලා බලන්න
හැමෝම ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් නම්බර්ස් දාන්නකෝ ඒක හරි මේකට දාන්නකෝ නැත්තම් මේ ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් නම්බර් ටික අනිවාර්යෙන් දාන්න ඕනනේ.
ඔව්.
මෙහෙම යක්කේ මේකට තව ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් නම්බර්ස් ටික දාමු එතකොට හරි.
ඔව් තව එකක් දාන්න ඕනේ ස්ලයිඩ් එක.
ඔව් ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් නම්බර්ස් ටික දාමු මේක කවුරු හරි එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරා නම් හරි දැනට මේ ඇති.
මේක පේජ් දෙකක් ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවානේ ස්ලයිඩ්.
ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැති වෙයි නේද මේ ටොපික් එකනේ මුලින්ම දාලා තියෙන්නේ.
හරි.
මොකද නංගි මම අහන් හිටියේ නෑ අවුල්ද?
දෙකක් තියෙනවා එකක් හෙඩින් එකක්
කියන්නකෝ.
හෙඩින් එකක් කියලා තියෙන්නේ තව පේජ් එකනේ.
එහෙම වුණොත් අක්කා මේ හෙඩින් පේජ් එක අයින් කරමුද මේ හෙඩින් එක කියන කෙනාම කියයිනේ.
ඒකත් දැන් අරකට ගන්නද?
ඔව්
අරකට
ඒකට
ගන්නවා.
ඔව් ඒකටම ගත්තා නම් හරි.
එකට දාන්නකෝ.
ඔව් එතකොට හරි එක පේජ් එකයිනේ.
ඔව්. එතකොට ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් නම්බර් පේජ් එකක් ඒකට දානවම හොඳයි.
ඇඩ් කරමු නේද? හැමෝම
ඔව්.
ඉන්ඩෙක්ස් නම්බර්ස්
ඔව් නම්බර් ටිකක් දාන්න.
අයින් බලන්න ඈ.
කවුද මේක එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්නේ
මම දාන්න. මම එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරා.
ඕකේ thank you
දැන් ෂෙයා කරන කෙනෙක් තමයි ඕන.
ලැප් එකෙන් ෂෙයා කරගන්න බැරි වේද
එක පේජ් එකයි තියෙන්නේ ඕක විතරයි ෂෙයා කරගන්න ඕන කොහොම හරි. නැත්තම් හරි
අපි දාන්නකෝ බලමු නේ.
තව විනාඩි 4යි තියෙන්නේ මේක කොහොමවත් ක්ලෝස් වෙයි. දන්නේ මේ
හදපෙක චුට්ටක් chat group එකේ share කරනවද?
මට ෂෙයා කරගන්න තේරෙන්නේ
හරි ඒක
මට
මේ
චුට්ටක්
හදලා
එන්න
දාන්නකෝ
ප්‍රසන් හරි
PPT
වෙනවද
එක.
WhatsApp එකේ?
නැහැ.
PPT එක දාලා තියෙන හදලා
නෑ තව අර
නෑ
අර
ආයෙ
මේ
හදනවා.
පොඩ්ඩක්
හදනවා.
මොකද කට්ටිය අතේ තියාගම හදිසි කාටවත් ෂෙයා කරන්න බැරිනොත් වෙන එක්කෙනෙක්ට ෂෙයා කරන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ එකපාරම.
කවුරු
ඔය ඒක තමයි. එක දාන්නකෝ එතකොට easy
මේ
නේ.
1 2 3 4යි 5 දෙනයි දාලා තියෙන EPM number. 1 2 3 4යි.
පුතුගේ කතා කරන්නේ නැහනේ.
නෑ
අනිත්
ප්‍රියන්ත අයියා දැම්මද? හා ඔයා දැම්මා දිලුක්ෂ
කොහමද
දැම්මා අර මල්ලි දැම්මා නදීෂ දැම්මා අනිත් අය කවුරුත් කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද කරන්නේ?
අක්කේ ඔතන
170 මගේ.
ඉන්ඩෙක්ස්
කතා
නම්බර්
කරන්න කට්ටිය නිකන් හරි කතා
20යි
කරන්න.
170යි මමයි 20යි 163යි 200යි 54යි 20යි 135යි විතරයි ඉන්නේ.
කට්ටිය ගිහිල්ලා වගේ නේ කඩේට.
එහෙනම් මේ ටික දාන්නද මොකද කරන්නේ?
මේ කට්ටිය පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරලා
20 බිඳුවට පෙන්වන්නේ නැද්ද?
20.2 දාන්න අක්කේ.
පොඩකින්ද EPM 20.2ද?
ඔව්.
හා
20.190 තියනවද?
නෑ
20
20.190ක් දාන්න මේ chat එකේ තියෙන්නේ නම් දෙක විතර.
එතකොට ඒ ටික එහෙනම් ඇතිද? මම දැක්කා 20යි 113ත් හිටියා.
13ක්
ඉස්සර
තියෙනවා. ඔව්.
අක්කා දාන්නකෝ ටික
90ක්
20
තියෙනවානේ.
100
190.
113. ඔය ටික දාන්නම් මං එනවම දැන්.
දැන් හරිද අක්කාට?
8ක් ඉන්න. මිනිස්සුට 1 2 3 4 5. ඔව් හරි 8.
හරිනේ.
හරි. මං එවනවා මේක.
හරි.
හරි.
ඒක හොඳනවා. බොරුවට. හරි. බලන්න චුට්ටක්.
පුළුවන් නම් මේ group එකේ chat එකකට දානවද?
හා. ඒක අපි කට්ටියටම පෙන්නන්නේ නැහැ නේ.
නෑ නෑ පෙන්නන්නේ.
හරි. මේ ෂෙයා කරගන්න කවුරු හරි පුළුවන් කියලා කිව්වද?
ඕනේද මේ අර ෂෙයා කරන්නම් කොනේ ඒක නම් මතක
හා
නේද?
හා හා එහෙනම්.
හරිනේ නේද එතකොට?
හරි නේද? ඒක ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑනේ මේක
ෂෙයා
ස්ලයිඩ්
කරන්න
එක.
බැරිනොත් ලෑස්ති පිට එමු කවුරු හරි තව.
ලෑස්ති පිට කියන්නේ බලන්නම් මට එදා බැරි වුණා. එතනින් හැර මට කරගන්න බෑ හිතුණා. ෂෙයා කියන එකටම ගියා. බලන්නම් එහෙම වුණා. අර මල්ලි හා කිව්වනම් හානේ.
හරි මං දාන්න.
හා 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 හරි.
හරි.
Okay, hope you all are ready for the presentation. So I already created the link in the LMS for the Saturday group at day 2, activity 1. So you can upload your presentation, right? No need to upload different, individual presentation. Here we have only 5 groups. So you can have 5 presentations, right? So add your index numbers and upload your presentation, whether it is PDF or PPT, I don't mind, right? Both you can upload. Yes, now you can, I will allow you to share the screen. So, one moment, please.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I will allow you to. Yeah, right. Now you can share your presentation. Group number 1, can you hear me? Group number 1?
Yes, sir. I will share my screen.
Right, yes, you can share your presentation. Okay, we can see your presentation. Please put it into the PPT mode, then you can start your presentation now.
Okay, we create our presentation on tea plantation. Our plan increase productivity and outcome labor shortages, mechanization, skills development, worker incentives, better working conditions. Program tea plantation workforce development program train workers in modern harvesting methods, introduce productivity-based incentives, provide mechanization training, improve worker welfare, monitor labor productivity. Our project pilot mechanized deplugging project, duration 1 year, location selected tea estates, introduce deplugging machines, train selected workers, measure kilograms of green leaves worker or day, compare labor and production cost, evaluation and expand if successful. Thank you.
Okay, it's a good suggestion, right? Okay, so others also listen to these things, huh? I will tell you why at the end of all presentations, right? Okay, so you are going to have, please don't close the sharing, please wait there. So you said, right? National tea plantation labor productivity improvement. Okay, labor productivity improvement, right? So the program is tea plantation workforce development. So if you want to develop the productivity, definitely you have to think about the workforce, whether they are skillful or what are the things that you need to increase, right? Okay, train workers in modern harvesting, introduce. Okay, good. So the pilot mechanized tea plucking project. Okay, pilot can be done, but project means it should be a very, pilot means the project that you are going to have the general idea, right? So pilot කියන කෑ ලයින් වෙන්න ඕනේ. mechanized tea plucking project එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන්, right? Okay, anyway, good one. Right, okay. Please stop sharing. Group number 2. Can you hear me, group number 2? Group number 2, you can share your presentation now. Group 2. EPM 20096. 20, okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yes.
Uh, good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to.
But yeah, first share your PPT, right? We can see only WhatsApp chat or something, right? You are not sharing the correct window.
Now, okay, sir?
No. Yes. Now okay. Put it into the PPT presentation mode. Good. Okay. Continue.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about the plan, program, and project in the plantation sector of Sri Lanka. First, let me explain the plan. The main plan is to modernize the plantation sector in Sri Lanka. The plantation sector is very important for our economy because crops such as tea, rubber, and coconut provide employment and contribute to export income. The plan focuses on increasing productivity, improving the quality of plantation products, and making the sector more competitive. It also aims to promote sustainable development and protect natural resources. Next, I would like to invite next presenter to present.
Next, we have the program. The program is designed to support plantation farmers and workers. It includes providing training and extension services, introducing climate smart farming methods, and improving access to finance and markets. These activities can help farmers increase their productivity and earn a better income. They can also help the plantation sector face challenges such as climate change and changing market conditions. Finally, we have the project. As the example, we can introduce a tea replanting project. In this project, all and all can be replaced with improved plantation materials. Farmers can also receive training and necessary support. The main expected results are higher productivity, better quality, higher farmer income, and a more sustainable plantation sector. So to summarize, the plan gives the overall direction, the program organizes the activities, and the project puts those activities into action. Therefore, a good combination of the plan, program, and project can help develop the plantation sector of Sri Lanka and improve the livelihoods of people who depend on it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. You have identified correctly what is the plan, what is the program and project, right? Good. Okay, let's ask the group 3 to present their part. Group 3, you can share your presentation now. You are doing good, huh? Last time it was very difficult because sometimes they were mixed with the plans and the programs, but now so far so good. We'll see. Group 3, you can share your presentation now. Group 3. Yes, group 3. Can anybody respond from group 3?
Give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Sir, can you give next group to chance? Then we can do.
Okay. Then group 4, you can present now. Group 4.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, share your presentation, please. Okay, please put it into the presentation mode.
1 minute.
Go back with your arrow keys, then it's fine. Go back. Put it, yeah. Go to the first slide.
Yeah, it's okay, sir.
No, put it in the right, okay. Presentation mode. Right, now it's fine. Okay, start.
So we are going to explain sustainable development of the Sri Lankan tea plantation. So we have a plan, program, project. So we have a plan to increase the productivity, quality, improve the export, mandative, climate resilience, sustainability, improve work welfare. So meanwhile, we have a program, protection program. So we have a soil water conservation after replant old and new the efficient irrigation, rainwater processing, magnesium worker training. So we have project. We have project like a 3 years project in selected estates, improving planting material, soil conservation and efficient irrigation, monitor quality cost. So we have a So the main plan is develop Sri Lanka tea industry sustainable way. It is focused on increasing tea production and quality, improving export, preparing of the climate change and improving workers' living conditions. So the program is this program puts a plan into action. It focuses on replacing old tea plant, protecting soil and water, using rainwater efficient irrigation and training workmen use modern method and machinery. So the project, this is a 3 years practical project carry out selected tea estate, improve. Hello. Improve tea plants, soil conservation and irrigation method will be introduced. The project will be measured improve health and quality and protection costs. Thank you very much.
Okay. Wait there, right? Don't close it. So here in this case, so you can see the project, right? So okay, plan is okay. National Sustainable Tea Plantation Development. Okay, sustainability is there. So you are going to develop in a sustainable manner. So program is a climate smart tea. Okay, good. That means irrespective to the weather conditions, you are going to improve the quality and the growing condition, right? Whatsoever, I mean,
Yes.
whether it is drought or rain, right? You are going to get the harvest. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in the project, right? So you said climate smart tea estate demonstration project, and it is 3-year project in a selected estate. So what are your objectives? Improved planting material. So can you explain me with the normally tea plantation, sometimes more than 50-60 years plantations also there. So normally how you can justify or how you can assure the final output of this project within 3 years time? Because it is climate, it should be climate smart and you have to show the results. So how can it be possible
So
within
it is he introduced improve it tea plants, soil conservation method and efficient irrigation system to increase productivity and reduce the cost.
No, I mean now you are going to have new plantation or existing plantation because you said improved planting materials. So if you are going to have
So we have program. So replant old loyal that so we can see the program.
okay, in the
So we are
program, production
improving the
program,
old plant.
replant all low yielding tea, right? Okay, so that's
Yes.
the program. Within that scope, you are going to have one project called Climate Smart Tea Estate Demonstration Project, right?
Yes.
Okay. So so inside that you mentioned that improved planting material. So you are going to get improved planting material and you are going to plant it in a demonstration plot where you previously identified. Okay, so this is the area we are going to have our demonstration plot, right? So within 3 years time, can you show that results?
So, for example, the first year we can select high-yield disease residence climate varieties, preparing quality nursery plants. So then
Okay.
second year we can replant old healthy area. Those are improved plant and
Okay,
provide
okay.
proper
So
fertilizer.
replant in the sense you have to maintain a nursery first, no? Whether it is VP or
Yeah,
CP.
nursery first
Immediate.
1 year. So
Yes,
preparing
true.
quality nursery.
Right.
Then
So yes, okay,
second
okay.
year we can replant old and low yield area. Those are improved plant, providing proper fertilizers, shade, water management. Then
Yeah, that's okay. That part is very clear, right? I don't have any question on that. But when you think about when you think about the demonstration project, that means somehow ultimately you have to show the results now. So in that case, within 3 years' time, how can you show that? I mean, yes, definitely we'll be having very premature. I mean, just after planting, you will be having a plot, right, which is not harvestable, right? It is not harvestable now. You have to
Yes.
upkeep it for another couple of years until it grows well, and you have to get the harvest from that. But
Yes.
within 3 years' time, yes, I'm just talking about your scope and your practicality, right? So when you are doing it within 3 years' time, how can you show the results of what is the end result? How you can measure the ultimate goal? Because ultimately in the project, you have to show the end result. So what is your end result? How you can measure the value, or whether it is going well or not? How you can measure that?
We can elevate the crowd several earlier, improve the tea plant, the best performance variety, so we can replant a large scale.
Okay, then
monitor and continue to.
okay, yeah, I can understand what you're meaning, right? In this case, right, the thing is you have to correct it, right? So climate smart tea estate demonstration project. So you have to think twice because here in 3 years' time, you can show only the way what you did and how you initiated the project, right? So that is the initiation part, not the ultimate impact or ultimate effect. Because if you want to have results with the climate smart tea, that means ultimately you have to show the crop, right? So that means if you want to show the crop, you can't do it within 3 years' time. That is my argument, right? Okay, good. So yeah, that is it. Otherwise, it's very good. Huh? Okay, right. Thank you very much. That's group 4. Okay, right. Group 5. Group 5. Please stop sharing group 4. Please stop sharing. Now group number 5. Group number 5. Group number 5. Anybody from group number 5?
Yes, sir, we are here.
Okay. please share your presentation. We are waiting for group number 5. Okay, where's group number 5? Okay, group number 3, can you share your presentation now? Group number 3, can you hear me?
Yes, now can, sir.
Okay, please share your presentation. Okay, if you can do it quickly, we can conclude because there are some other things to learn, right? Discuss. So if you do it quickly, we can conclude the session very quickly, right? So don't waste the time.
It says PPT can't share, so can you let me to?
Why can't somebody from the group, somebody else from the group can share then, right? You can share the presentation for somebody else. So this is group number 3. What about group number 5? Group number 5.
We also have the same problem, sir.
Why? It's not allowed to share? Share කරන්න දෙන්නේ නැද්ද? මොකක්ද තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ? මොකක්ද ඔයාලට sharing වල තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ?
Sir, we are connecting in the phone, that's why.
Okay, so you can share your device first, right? From the phone also you can share now. ඔයාලගේ නැද්ද කවුරුත් මේ වෙන laptop එකක් තියෙන හරිය එහෙම share කරන්න දන්න කෙනෙකුට දෙන්නකෝ ඉතින් share කරගන්නකෝ. Right? Oh, right. So you can see your phone. Okay, now go back to your presentation, right? Go back to your presentation, right? Open the presentation. Okay, rotate the phone. Group 5, rotate the phone. අනිත් පැත්තට අරන් එතකොට අපිට පැහැදිලිව පේනවා. Please rotate your phone. Rotation lock කරලා තියෙන එක අයින් කරන්න. එතකොට හරිය. Right. Right. Okay. So can't you minimize my photo, right? Coming in front. එක අතින් පැත්තකට කරන්න එතකොට යනවා. Right. Good. Right. We can see your presentation. Now you can start presenting.
Good morning, all of you. We choose tea sector as the plantation. We have a long-term plan to increase the productivity in tea sector. Our 10-year plan sets the high-level national vision and also modernize the Sri Lankan tea plantation through smart farming technology, organic practice adoption, and also sustainable climate resilience through project global market positioning. So these are our plan to this about the program.
Tea replanting and new planting replace all tea bushes with high yielding suitable cultivars, increase current replanting rate to 2.5 to 3%. Encourage regional plantation companies to replanting. Hiroshi will describe the project.
Okay, good morning all. Our project is the Smallholder Replanting Project. It is the most specific localized action. It acts as the building block under the border tea replanting and new planting program, which is turn supports the overarching national tea sector development plans. So it focuses directly on smallholder farmers in a selected region. So because of this project, it supply farmers with the necessary planting material and fertilizers while providing training to the farmers, and it offering financial assistance to support the farmers during the replanting process. And so because of these activities, it worked together to help farmers replace old tea bushes with high yield and suitable cultivars. So this is end of our presentation. Thank you for being with us.
Okay, so yeah, it's a good one, right? So I will give a comment, right? Overall comment. Okay, it's okay. Drip irrigation for tea plantation and soil enrichment. Okay, that can be done. But yes, since it's a pilot project, you have to check the practicality, right? Whether it is possible, because we are not talking about a couple of plants. It's thousands of hectares, thousands, right? Millions of plants, right? So we'll see. Yeah, it's a good one, right? Okay, group 5, right? This is group 5, ne? Present kare. Okay, group 5, right? Okay, thank you very much. Now only group 3 didn't present. So for the final time, I'm asking whether you are presenting or not. If not, I can move, right? If you are not presenting, please don't upload it to the LMS, right? Present Karanwada?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then please do it quickly. Right, it's already there in the LMS, the link. So the people who already presented, you can upload your presentation in a PDF or PPT format, right? ඒ දෙකෙන්ම පුළුවන්. දැම්ම upload කරලා ඉවර ගන්න. මේ වෙලාවෙම දාන්න, right? So it's easy, right? So all the index numbers should be there, right? I am going to check. ඔයාලට සමහරලාට අර මේ when you don't have enough marks for your final examination, right? Sometimes I'm considering your in-class activity assessments, whether you have participated, whether you have attended carefully and you did well. Because otherwise sometimes, right, very difficult to give you marks, right? හිතමු දැන් අඩු වෙලා තියෙන වෙලාවක ලකුණු දැන් ඉස්සරහට ඔයාලට in-class activity වලින් හම්බෙන marks තියෙනවනේ. එතකොට මම ඒක සලකලා බලනවා ඔයාලට ඔයාලගේ ඒක B නම් B+ වෙනවද A- වෙනවද කියන එක තීරණය කරන්නත් ඒක බලපානවා. So that is why I'm asking always to actively participate in these presentations and in-class activity items, right? So you will not realize the value of it until you are getting marks, right? So that is why I told you earlier, right? Okay, so yes, you are not presenting. Okay, I can't wait more than this, right? So we'll please okay, quickly start presentation. Who's going to present?
Good morning, all of you. I am going to present our Group 3 presentation, Plantation Sector Development Plan, Sri Lanka, Transforming Sri Lanka's Presentation Sector according to tea. First plan is productivity and modernization. Program is replanting and mechanization. Key projects are tea replanting, mechanized plucking and smart tea farming. Second one is climate resilient and sustainable tea. Program is green tea and climate program. key projects are water conservation, soil conservation, and green factory. Third one is human capital development. Program is T Workforce Program. Key projects are work skills, youth and women, state welfare. Fourth one is value addition and export growth program, Ceylon Tea Value Addition Program. Key projects are premium tea, branding, new export market. Fifth one is smallholder and investment development program is smallholder and finance program. Key projects are smallholder replanting, credit facilities, and farmer factory partnership. 2030 target is higher productivity, sustainable plantations, better worker livelihoods, more value added tea, increased export earnings. Thank you.
Okay. Anyway, right. So better to customize, right? When you are developing something, right? Get the thing. As I mentioned, when you are using artificial intelligence, right? Better to take only what needed, right? So that's my advice. Anyway, right? Thank you very much for presenting. So you can upload it to the LMS then. Please, yeah, thank you. So we can move forward now, right? So now you know what is a plan, what is a program, and what is a project, right? So as I mentioned, because I didn't talk about anything on the plantation sector because I asked you to do so, there are plenty of examples that we can take from the plantation sector. So definitely you have to learn these things, you have to familiar with these things, right? I guarantee you there will be a huge section in your examination from this part, right? So somehow you have to make sure you have to write a plan, program, and a project, right? I don't know whether it's for the essay question or structured essay, right? I'm not going to say that, but definitely it will be there, right? So make sure that you're familiar with at least one plan, program, and project. All should be interrelated, right? So if you are talking about the mechanization of the plantation sector, definitely you have to think about the programs related to mechanization, right? You are not doing something. I mean, you are talking about the plantation sector, and in the program you can't talk about the Mahavali, right? So two different plans. It should be interrelated, right? So 1 minute, please. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Right. Okay. So, as I mentioned, right, so you have to make sure you are learning about, I mean, you are getting this very seriously, especially the plan, program, and project. It will be in your examination, right? Examination, so you have to familiar with these things, right? Somehow, definitely, it will be in your examination, right? Then types of development plans according to the structure. Now we are going to discuss about the plans according to different basic, I mean, what do you call, different baselines or different models, right? So this is about structure, right? So if you look at the structure, there are different plans. I don't know what is okay. I'm sorry, what happened? Structure, right? Okay. So we have comprehensive plans. What are comprehensive plans? National plans for agricultural, industrial, and service sector development. So comprehensive. Comprehensive means it considers all the things, right? It's comprehensive, right? Very the scope is very wide, right? Local scope try to include all possible sectors in the economy. These are designed according to the priorities of the economy. So there are different priorities. For example, now we are following the sustainable development goals. So when you're planning something, you have to align your all things according to the sustainable development goals. So if you think about the sustainable development goal, if you remember, right, alleviating hunger, education, gender equality, likewise, all the things are considered to develop the comprehensive plan. Right? Since many sectors are involved with the plan, they should work together to achieve the objective successfully. For example, comprehensive development plans for poverty alleviation. So poverty alleviation, you can't directly take by having only one step or only one initiation. Ne? Apita poverty alleviation kirka mehima karan ba. So you have to find ways to give opportunities, new employment opportunities. So you have to uplift the people, their education, right? There are some people who are doing education very well, but there are some people, right? They were leftovers from the education setup, right? Sometimes after grade 5 scholarship, some are doing something else. Some after O levels, some are there. After A levels, some are there. So you have to make sure all these people, all these citizens in the country, they will be well utilized according to their capacities, right? They will be having separate skill sets. They will be having sometimes separate opportunities, right? දැන් අපිට ලංකාවේ NVQ කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. දන්නවද NVQ level තියෙනවා. මොන හරි කරනකොට National Vocational Qualification. So there are SLQF qualification for you. That is for the graduate level, or that is for the university level. But for others, they have NVQ, the 3, 4. Then what do you call that? ඔය මේ මොනවාද bridal dressing, right? Bridal dressing කිව්වොත් ඒකෙත් තියෙනවනේ ගහලා තියෙන පාරේනෝ දැකලාද NVQ level 3 qualified. So you know this particular person who is doing this job or that particular shop, right? That she or he is having the qualification, NVQ, vocational qualification. It's recognized, right? So likewise, this NVQ also one of the result of this type of plan. So comprehensive plan, right? So you have to make sure you are getting all the institutions together when you are developing this type of comprehensive plans, right? Okay. Then sectional plans. What are sectional plans? A single sector of an economy is considered at a time. So comprehensive poverty alleviation, right? There are different sectors: employment, livelihood, infrastructure, right? Access to food, water, right? All the things are there. But sectional means you are taking only one part. Ultimate objective is to improve the performance of a given sector within a given period. So now you have the indicate, right? When to complete. For example, agricultural 5-year plan in Sri Lanka, that is from 65 to 70, because this is available. I think I already shared the document. Otherwise, if you Google it, you can download the document, then you can read it, right? How they measured, right? What are the things, what happened, how they initiated the plan, right? That this is a sectional plan. Then you have regional plans, right? What is a regional plan? Designed by considering the geographical features of a given region. So if you think about the rural development in Sri Lanka, right? So rural development is not focusing on the Colombo, Kandy, Kurunegala, right, urbanized areas. So that is for the rural. So the dependency, the mode of action, the way you implement the resources that you allocate, totally different, right? Because rural means they have still you have to fulfill their basic requirements, their access roads, right? Different things. A particular area and or a group or so many areas and or groups can be receive the benefit of a plan. For example, regional plantation development plan. So that is why we have RPCs, right? Regional plantation companies. So depending on the region, right? They were as a conglomerate, they have given to a separate company, they established a company, then they ask, okay, you have to develop the plantation, you have to maintain the plantation, and you have to earn profits. So that is why you have Pusallava, Udupusallava, Namunukula, Horana, Agalavat, right? Different regions. So these are the regional plans, right? Okay. Then physical plans. What are physical plans? Evaluation of the plan is done based on final physical output or how much is additionally provided, right? So you are always concerning about the physical addition, right? So once you complete that task, you have to make sure, right? Okay, so yeah. So physically, right, you are checking, right, what are the things that you can physically add, right? The amount of money invested on the plan is not much considered, right? So for example, right, you are having, right, here also we have example, transportation, warehouse facilities for paddy industry. So physical plans are prepared for a very essential component. For example, let's say the highway project, right? So you are having the basic estimation, right? So, okay, from Kurunagal to Kandy, this is the basic estimation. But when you are doing it, right, when you are executing the plan, right, so you will be facing some obstacles. There are some places where you need to add more money because there are some bridges to make. There are some unavoidable, what do you call the obstacles, right? So you have to have a detour, right? අපි හදාගෙන යනකොට තමයි දන්නේ මෙතන ලොකු මෙතන නිකන් මඩ වගුරක් වගේ. මෙතන වැඩිපුර අපි හදන්න ඕනේ. නැත්තම් මෙතනින් එහාට මේක පාර දිගේ යන්න බෑ. අපි හිතපු විදියට මේක පාලමක් උඩ යන්න ඕනේ. So you were not allocated resources or funds for that. But ultimately, right, if you want to continue this project, definitely you have to establish that one. That means you have to pump extra money on that, right? So physical plans means ultimately you are considering only about the ultimate physical objective that you can achieve, right? I hope you understood, right? Okay, then financial plans. Both monetary and financial aspects are considered. See, right? Structural, right? මොනවද අපි කතා කරේ නාවේ? Structure kind comprehensive plans, sectional plans, regional plans, physical plans. Now financial. Evaluation depends on the progress occurs due to the plan. A combination of indicators such as revenue, profit, cost, loss, savings, investments are taken into consideration. For example, foreign investment on electricity generation. So that is one example, right? When you establish new power plants, right? Ultimately, you can't check the amount of the electricity generated, but you can measure the amount that reduced, right, from the cost, right? For example, nowadays, now we have different plans going on in Sri Lanka, right? Let's say there are some I will give you very I mean, what do you call now this what do you call the Lotus Tower නෙළුම් කුළුණ නේ නෙළුම් කුළුණ කියන එක හදනවා දැන් මේක හදන්නේ මොකක්ද ඒක හබ් එකක් කරනවා ඒක ට්‍රාන්ස්මිටර් වලට but it is not earning profits as they expected. So now they are checking what happened according to the financial plan, because when you are doing something, highway also same, right? When you are having highway, right, that means you are escalating or you are uplifting the transportation inside the country. So when you are escalating the transportation, yes, it is true, it's a physical plan, but you have to check the payback period, right? Where you can get your investment, and at the same time, what is the cost that you can save, because it will reduce the time taken for the transportation. So from far south or east, right, you can directly come to the Colombo Central at west, right? Very shorter period of time. That means you can transport very easily. It will save energy, it will save fuel, it will help to reduce the environmental pollution, right? There are different impacts. So if you can quantify that, if you can have it in the monetary value, then definitely you can put it in the financial plan. Then you can check. ඔය අපේ තියෙන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ කෝප් එකේ එහෙම ඔය තමයි චෙක් කරන්නේ මෙච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවනේ ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරලා තියෙනවා එකෙන් කොච්චරක් හම්බෙලා තියෙනවද මේ කාලේ මෙහෙම ණය දීලා තියෙනවා ණය අරගෙන හදපුවෙන් අද වෙනකොට ඒක රිකවර් කරලා තියෙනවද, right? So those are the financial plans. Then functional plans. Whole idea is to improve the quantity and quality of facilities that are provided to target groups such as poorest of the poor. So normally financial plans are not for the general application, right? That is for the individuals. අපි දකින දුප්පත් මයට functional plan වලින් තමයි support කරන credit facilities to small and medium scale farmers through the rural banks, right? So that is because you have to somehow break the vicious cycle of poverty, right? So if you want to break this vicious cycle, you can't think about the way you give loans to all the people in the government sector and other sectors, right? So definitely you have to have a small interest rate, or sometimes it might be recovered within next 10 years time, right? There are different concessions that you are giving into the poor farmers, because somehow you have to uplift their livelihood to have a better lifestyle, right? So those are the functional plans. This is not only for the paddy farmers, but also for the laborers who are working at tea estates, right? Tea and estate community, right? Estate workers, right? So sometimes that might be for their, to build their own house, right? Sometimes the block or the land is given by the regional plantation company, and they have given you, the company given you the land, and you can have a loan from the government, right? So it will be a small interest rate, and you have plenty of time to repay, right? So ultimately you can build your own house there, right? Okay. So now we have another activity. Now it's 10:50. Today we have 2 or 3 activities, but you have to do these things, right? This is individual exercise, right? So I'm not going to give you the time as I gave you in the previous activity. So give an example to represent the type of projects based on structure explained above in the context in the plan. So here we have comprehensive plan, sectional plan, regional plan, physical plan, financial plan, and the functional plan. Okay, take your time. I will give you only 10 minutes, right? විනාඩි 10ක් දෙන්නම්, right? Now I know you have your piece of paper, right? So you are taking your notes. So have your own plan, right? I'm not going to ask you whether to present or so, right? So what you have to do, right? Comprehensive plan, this is the plan. Section plan, this is the plan. So this should be related with the plantation sector, and this will be available in your examination also. So now this moment, try to finish this up, right? මේක දැම්ම ඉවර කරන්න බෑ නිකන් ඉන්ටරෙක්ට් එකෙන් ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කරලා ලියන්න බෑ දැන් මම කියවනේ එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්න so you have to think yourself and write. Okay, I'll give you 10 or 8 minutes or 9 minutes, right? 51 විනාඩි 10ක් දෙන්න ටක් ගාලා මේක ලියා ගන්න, right? Your own examples, then we can move forward, right? Okay. Okay, hope you complete the task, right? So keep it with you. Can 2 or 3 of you, I will randomly ask from you, can you explain your plan and things? Pramod, can you hear me, Pramod? Pramod, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you explain your plan, comprehensive, sectional, regional, physical? Okay, no need to give me all. Give me what is your regional plan?
I'm in sugarcane plantation, sir. So my
Hmm.
regional plan is a development plan for sugarcane cultivation in the Pallapta Buttala region, considering climate, soil, water resources, and farmer needs.
Okay, good. So, Hasaranga, can you hear me, Hasaranga? Hasaranga,
Yes, sir.
yes, give me your financial plan.
My financial plan, tea estate budget plan.
Okay, can you elaborate more, please?
Sorry, sir.
Can you elaborate more? Can you explain a bit? What is tea estate budget plan?
Tea estate budget plan means allocating the funds of for fertilizer, labor wages, machinery, lean planting, maintenance.
Okay. So, yeah, I wanted to know whether you have written it clearly or not. But if I ask this one in the examination, right? So you have to explain it with examples, right? So you have to explain it. The මම අහලා තිබුණොත් comprehensive plan එක මොකද්ද කියලා නම් විතරක් ලියලා තියන්න බෑ. එතකොට you don't get the total marks, right? So you have to make sure that you are explaining it correctively, I mean the correct way to easily understand what you mentioned, right? So sectional, regional, right? Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. So if I ask you to do so in activities, definitely there is a more weight in the examination to come these things, right? මේ වගේවා මම activity එකක් විදිහට දෙනවා නම් exam එකෙත් එන්න ඉඩ තියෙනවා, right? Okay, we'll see. Then the types of development plans according to duration, right? We have perspective plans. What are perspective plans? These are usually designed with long-term vision, right? So long-term vision, the period may normally more than 10 years, right? So normally more than perspective, right? So it is not within a time frame where you can see very easily, quickly results, in perspective, long-term. So the idea of the plan is to increase the output and keep it sustained for a long time, right? Keep it sustained, whether irrespective to the government in the ruling and irrespective to the presidents, commissioners, and the people who are working in that plan, right? It should continue, right? For example, increase the gross national product, slow down the population growth rate, right? So these are the common examples. So you can have perspective plans for plantation sector as well. For example, now plantation sector, disaster readiness, right? So in Sri Lanka, the Ditwa affect very badly for some of the plantations, right? Landslides, right? So flooding, all the things happen. So you can have a perspective plan because it's a long-term effect, long-term impact. So you have to have a good plan to minimize or eradicate or to avoid, right, this type of impacts. You can't avoid the occurrence, right? Disasters, right? If you are going to learn risk and disaster management, again, I am the person who is going to discuss these things. Otherwise, right, you have to make sure, right? Normally, natural disaster you can't avoid, no. But what you can do, you can minimize the impact. There are so many precautionary actions that you can take. Likewise, you can have a long-term plan, right? Then medium term. What are the medium term? Possesses a medium-term vision. The time period may normally 5 to 10 years, right? Remember, if it is perspective, more than 10 years. If it is 5 to 10 years, that is medium term. For example, improvements to the health facilities, provision of sanitation facilities, right? So likewise in the plantation sector also you can have, right? For example, having a meteorology or what do you call that, the climate detection system, right? To get and what else, right? Having emergency operation plan. So these are medium term plans, because time term you have to change, you have to check the progress. Then short term plans. Duration of the plan may be 2 or 5 years, right? So it is very short. 2 or 5 years, right? Within a specific time period, you can see the results, whether it is whether it went well or not, right? Then short-term results are expected. For example, construction of new building to a higher education institute, construction of new road to overcome traffic jam, right? So you can see, right? New road, new building, right? Very easy. You can easily allocate funds, like project, right? So then you can see the results. Then you have annual plans. The objective is to complete the whole work within the shortest possible time, usually within the year, and obtain the benefits thereafter, right? For example, computer training. So let's say now this government, they are trying to digitalize, right? They are trying to digitalize most of the government operations. So if you want to digitalize government operations, as you know, most of the government sector employees who are representing X and Y generation, not the Z gen, because they are tech-savvy people, but Y also, right? That, but X generation, right? Most of the senior people, right? They are not, even they are capable of handling Word documents and typing, and so most of the complicated systems, enterprise systems, right? The programs, these things, they are not familiar, right? So if you want to digitalize, what you can do, you can give them a training, computer training with all the relevant computer softwares, right? That they need to familiarize. Once you give the training, then you can measure the results, right? Whether they are performing well, whether they are doing their task very easily, whether they are consuming less amount of time than what they used to do in the previous case, right? Likewise, you can have a good annual plan for this, right? Annual plan or the training so you are giving short courses, right? Annual plans. Okay. So your plan is to give computer training for all the clerical staff in the survey department, right? So likewise, there are different plans you can have. Then rolling plans. It's a new thing, right? Rolling, it's not a new thing. Actually, it's a very good thing that you have to know, because most of the rolling plans are still going on. Initially, the plan is to set for a constant period. For example, for few years, right? After completing the year, initial plan is extended to another year. In this way, one can keep the period of the plan constant, right? For example, if it is a 5 years plan, after the completion of the first year, you will identify some obstacles that the new things added up to the plan, right? අපි කරගෙන යනකොට මෙතනට පාලමක් අපි ප්ලෑන් කරන් හිටියේ නෑ. ඔන්න දැන් මෙතනට පාලමක් දාන්න වෙලා. ඒ කියන්නේ තව අපිට අවුරුදු 4යි තියෙන 4න් කම්ප්ලීට් කරන්න බෑ. අපි පාලමත් එක්ක පාලම් කොච්චරද පාලම් 13ක් තව හදන්න තියෙනවා. මේ පාලම් 13ක් ඇඩ් කරාම තව අවුරුදු 5කට අපි එක්ස්ටෙන්ඩ් කරනවා. අපි කලින් ප්ලෑන් එකේ ටික තිබුණේ නෑ. ඔන්න දැන් අපි එක්ස්ටෙන්ඩ් කරා, right? Likewise, you can do. So for each year of being extended, new set of objectives are written and existing objectives are evaluated, right? So you have to evaluate what are the things that you forecasted in the previous year, right? Then you can check whether you have achieved those targets or not. Once you achieved, or if it is not, you have to justify. Then only you can have different objectives, right? Different objectives, different resources, right? This is done for a given period by keeping the total period of the plan is constant. For example, initial plan for 5 years, 2009 to 2013, right? After completing the year 2010, add new tasks for another year. Now it is 2014. Now the plan is again valid for 5 years, right? So you can see it's a rolling plan, right? Ultimately, you are checking what are the goals or the objectives that you have already achieved, and you are allocating new goals and objectives to the same plan, and you are rolling it to another 1 or 2 years in addition to the contracted period. Right? Okay, plans that are based on manpower. Right? What are those? The objective is to upgrade the quality of the people. So these are very specific plans. These are not generic plans. Are functional plans. Human resource development, right? Development of women entrepreneurship. So they have separate set of plans, right? Women entrepreneurship means there are different projects. You can have, so you can give sewing machines and you can give them materials. Sometimes it may be for handlooms. Sometimes it may be for cooking, right? Preparing jams, chutneys, right? So sometimes you are preparing some ornament items, right? Then you are allowing them to sell it in a fair, right? So these are based on manpower. So you are trying to alleviate the poverty, and in the same time you are empowering the woman in the rural society, right? So these are specific plans, right? Okay, this part, I'm going to skip this one, right? Give an example to represent the type of projects based on duration manpower, right? So I already explained, so I'm going to skip this one, right? Then indicative versus directive plans. What are those? Then plans categorize, right? So indicative plans mean people are encouraged to persuade to achieve development goals or targets themselves rather than directing. Indicative. Plan is not directed on an exact pathway to achieve the goals. There may be many pathways to achieve the specific goal. Therefore, there are no compulsory actions that are assigned by the target group. Have you heard about that fishbone diagram? So there's a diagram called fishbone diagram. Fishbone diagram it's like a bone of a fish, like this, right? Like this, right? There are different pathways. So we call another one called pathway analysis, right? So like this, right? So somehow you have to achieve the final objective. So for that, you have different paths, right? So sometimes you can start from here, then you can add something from here, right? Likewise, there are different things you can do. But if you go through this method, definitely all the path you have to define. But in these indicative plans, there is no specific path, right? So you can't analyze the path, but once you completed it, then you can backtrack the way you completed it. But you can get the shortest possible method where you can save the resources, right? So it depends, right? So you can't say, right, it is like this, it is like that, right? So that is indicative. Ultimately, you have to achieve the target. There is no any specific pathway, no exact pathway, no exact pathway, right? Okay. Then we have directive plans. There are compulsive actions to achieve specified objectives. There is an exact direction, pathway for a plan to achieve the final target. Since it is clearly directed, there is a specific time frame and budget. So this is because sometimes some of the plans might go vague, right? Even අපිට out of control යන්න පුළුවන් කියලා හිතනවා. එතකොට අපිට කියන්න ඕනේ නෑ. අපි මෙතනදී මෙච්චරයි spend කරන්න පුළුවන්, මේක විතරයි ගන්න පුළුවන්, right? Nowadays IMF also doing the same thing to Sri Lanka. So they are asking for our plan and it should be strictly aligned with the IMF directives, right? So otherwise they have the fear, right? Once you expect them to get the achievement at the end of the particular time period, they have the fear that we will not be achieving that target because of the previous experience. So now they exactly following the procedures to achieve the plan. Earlier it was not like that. We are getting funds and they ask us to do the things, but sometimes we are not doing so. Ultimately, no progress. So you can't justify the way you spend your money, right? So directive plan means all the things are directed, all the things are there specifically, all the things are in black and white. So that means you can read them and explicitly allowed, right? So that is the directive plan. Okay, so this is a very good concept that you have to know. The big push theory. What is big push theory? Potential development strategies for developing countries. So this theory you should know, right? The main idea of this theory is to explain the ways and means of breaking the vicious cycle of poverty, right? So in Sri Lanka, for example, in the agriculture sector, right, පොඩ්ඩකට plantation එක පැත්තකින් තියමුකෝ. So normally the paddy farmers and all the annual crops handlers, right, what they do, once they get the harvest, right, they will go for the stores and they buy bicycles, jewelries, and so, right. So when they have to cultivate again in the next season, they don't have money, right? Normally that's what happens. So what you do, you will pawn your jewelries, you will sell your vehicles, sometimes most of them motor bicycles, right? Then you get the money for the raw materials, fertilizers, seeds, right? All the things you are buying, right? And you are trying to establish your cultivation, right? If it went well, right, then definitely you will have a good harvest. Again, you can secure whatever the properties that you already own, and you can have some more, and you will be ended happily. But ultimately, due to the high risk factor in the agriculture sector, sometimes due to the flooding, the climate change, due to the drought condition, right, you will lose your crop, right? Your expected harvest might not be coming, right? So now what happened? Since you don't have money to reserve or to secure your things that you already pawned, the things that you sold, right? So you will end up with the it's like a chaos, right? Because you don't have money, right? So now you are struggling to live your day-to-day life. You are struggling to secure your food, right? Again, you don't have enough money to invest on the next cropping season. Now you have to go for loan system, right? Sometimes there are microcreditors, right? Some malpractices are going on, right? So again, so that means always you are ended up in the under the poverty line. So that is the common situation in Sri Lankan agriculture sector. So this big push theory discusses how you can alleviate the livelihood, how you can move away from this poverty vicious cycle by having a good what do you call a good supply of money, right? So you can see here in the demand side, right? So here, when you have low income, you don't have, or your saving is very low. So you can invest only low amount. That is why I said right earlier, if you go for a farmers who used to cultivate during their previous 2 or 3 generations, now they have the land. Some people, they are not cultivating their total extent because they don't have money to purchase fertilizers, seeds, and so other things, right? So what they do, so if they have 10 acres of land, they only cultivate 5 acres because to cultivate the rest of the part, they don't have enough money, right? Even they have money, they are reluctant because once they invest all the money that they got, if something goes wrong because of the climate conditions, right, flood or drought, definitely they will lose their total savings, right? So if you have good saving only, you can have high investment. So due to you don't have less saving, low investment. Low investment leads to low productivity. Okay, no? So if you have 10 acres, you are cultivating only 5 acres. So you are getting the harvest only from the 5 acres. Even you are doing well, there's no any damage from the climate action. Even you are getting only the harvest from the 5 acres, not from the rest. Right? Low productivity means again you have low income, right? So this is the vicious cycle. So in the supply side. So if you look at the demand side, right? Since you have low income, you have low purchasing power. Low purchasing power, that means low demand. Low demand means your investment again low. Low investment means low productivity. Low productivity means low income, right? So you can see that is from the demand side, this is from the supply side. So somehow you have to break this vicious cycle. But it is not easy. But that is why the government sector, NGOs, right, they are trying to pump money and alleviate the poverty, right? So you can see here, the theory of big push gives the central role to capital, right? So now the capital is the case, right? Sudden sharp increase in the investment spread over all sectors of economy. Now in Sri Lanka, since we announced that we are a defaulted country, now we don't have money to invest. So IMF came into action. They said, okay, if you follow all our rules and regulations, we will give you whole amount of money, whole lot of amount of money, right? So they gave us billion, right? Billions of dollars. So in time to time, right? They are releasing. So this money we can directly invest on our production, our service sector. So we can uplift and we can continue our day-to-day routine, right? Our production. So once you have good production, you can earn more profit. You can earn more profit means you can have your savings. So that means again, you can alleviate your poverty, right? So results in enlarging the market and creating external economies, right? So somehow you don't have to confine into a small market, small economy. You have to search new avenues in the world economy. Then only you can get your income, right? For example, Singapore, right? Singapore, I mean, earlier they were a very poor country, no? Now that is not like that because of the action, the decisions that they made. They invited the foreign people, right? The other economies to come and invest inside Singapore. Now it's a very well developed country, right? The strategy may act as one of the best strategies to develop a developing country like Sri Lanka, right? Big push theory එකකින් තමයි අපි ඔය කියන investments ඔක්කොම එන්නේ, right? Okay, what are the features then? It explains the importance of breaking of vicious cycle of poverty. This shows that investment is the best way of overcoming this problem. It would take competitively less time because you are directly giving the money, right? You are pumping the money. It is practically dealt with all parts of the economy. Foreign aids and grants can play a very significant role in breaking the vicious cycle. It gives the central role to capital since in countries like Sri Lanka, lack of capital is the main constraint of development, right? Okay, so that is the approach of big push theory. Do you have any question about big push theory? තේරුණාද මං කියපු දේ? Right? Did you get the point? Did big push theory කියන එක තේරුණාද? When you have high income, you can invest more. Invest more means high productivity, right? So that means again savings are high, right? High income, right? Okay. Then the next one, leading sector approach. This is another way where you can uplift the economy, right? This is against the big push theory. Now, big push theory argues, right? So you have to pump money for all the sectors, then they will flourish, no? But in here, they are not like that. Concentration of effort in a leading sector or a few sectors rather than considering economy as a whole. So if you see some of the sectors in your country doing very well, this approach argues, okay, if they are doing well, you have to invest more in those sectors. For example, Toyota making automobiles in Japan, okay, invest more on Toyota, right? So they will enhance their business, so they will earn more money. But in Sri Lanka, if it is big push theory, we are investing on some of the poorly performing industries as well. But here, this is a totally different thing. Exploit backward and forward linkages, right? So if it is, let's say, right, you are thinking about the tea sector. Now tea is doing well, right? So they are receiving higher markets and higher prices for their producers production. So what you have to do, you have to think about the supply chain, right? How to increase the production, how to minimize use of agrochemicals, right? What are the alternate options we have? How to mechanize? So invest on mechanization because we are doing good in tea sector. But if you are not doing good in the rubber sector, leave it there, right? We don't want rubber. It will survive the way it has, right? No need to worry about that. But tea is doing good, so you have to invest more on tea, right? According to the leading sector approach. The leading sector will pull other sectors along as development. That means if you can earn more profits and money from the tea sector, right? Even though the rubber is not performing well, you are getting foreign exchange, right? Ultimately, you are contributing more to the GDP, right? So in this leading sector approach, right, it argues if you invest more on the poorly performing sectors, again, you are not getting more advantage. But when you are seeing there are some fields who are doing well and reaping out good salaries, good profits and prices, definitely, if you allocate more resources on the same field, definitely they will earn more, right? That is the argument, right? In agriculture, for example, backward linkages would be in the supply of improved seeds, fertilizer, pesticides, farm machinery, right? I discussed. Then the forward linkages would be the reflect in agricultural products, processing and marketing, right? Okay. Then there's another method or another concept called export expansion versus import substitution. What is that? So as I mentioned, once we open our economy to the world, their purpose was to expand our exportation, then earn more money. But ultimately, it happened in other way around, right? So exports and imports are considered together under this approach. Export import කියන දෙකම වෙනම මේක සලකනවා. Economy should increase its export to earn foreign exchange, right? So same time, replace the imports by substituting them with appropriate local products, right? So there are some products we are using which are not produced produced locally. ලංකාවේ හදන්න නැතිව පාවිච්චි කරන දේවල් තියෙනවා. If you can substitute these things, right? කැම බීම වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අපි අර මොනවාද දොඩම් නේද? ඔරෙන්ජ් කලර් තියෙන ඔරෙන්ජ් කන්න කැමතිනේ. අපේ තියෙන පැණි දොඩම් ඇඹුල් දොඩම් කන්න නැතුව. එතකොට ඒ වගේ අපේ තියෙන perceptions, right? රටේ ඕනේ. ඉතින් ඒ කියන concept එක අයින් කළා. අර කවුද බණ්ඩාරනායක කාලේ තිබ්බ විදියට 100 දේ සිරිසැප දේ තියෙන concept එකට එන්න පුළුවන් නම්, right? I'm not asking about the total closure of the economy, but if you can have good value for the locally produced commodities, definitely you can have that. But the attitude and the globalization, the society, all the things matters, right? So overnight you can't change that. The main idea behind this strategy is to earn foreign exchange through export and save money by cutting down the imports, right? Okay. Then there's another approach called capital intensive versus labor intensive technologies. Country that can be developed by two major ways. If the country has large number of people, it can utilize its labor component in the development procedure instead of using inappropriate capital intensive technologies. If any country's lack of labor, it can go for more sophisticated technologies which are rather capital intensive, right? For example, in Sri Lanka, in the tea sector, let's take, right? Tea sector, you know, all the plantation sectors are highly labor intensive, right? You need laborers to operate in the estate as well as in the factory. But if you look at the same cultivation practices in Japan, whole lot of hectares will be covered by 2 or 3 people, right? මිනිස්සු දෙන්නයි තුන් දෙනා ඉන්නේ. They are coming by their own vehicle. They come into the office. Then they take their machinery, right? අර ඔක්කොම කට් කරන machine එක තියෙනවා. ඒක අර estate මැද්දෙන් අරන් යනවා හැට පැහැට. So they do the harvest within one or 2 hours time. So they already it's back, right? So you can transport it in the factory. Right? But in Sri Lanka, we don't have money to invest that much for our cultivation, right? So here we believe, right, if you have good labor practices and enough labor, you can run your business, right? So you have to make sure the way the proportionate of labor use and proportionate of the technology use depending on your capital availability and your potential to doing so, right? So that is what this capital intensive versus labor intensive technologies argue. Then open versus closed economies, right? We discussed this one, right? Another strategy a country can adopt is liberalize its trade. Currently, Sri Lanka is adopting an open economic policies. Even though it's open economy, there are some restriction bans. For example, importing of vehicles, importing of chemicals these days, right? Our faculty, our universities struggling to import some of the chemicals because those chemicals are already banned, right? So due to different reasons, but likewise you can have bans. So you can't say it's totally open, right? Time to time due to some restrictions, you can't import all the things that you prefer. It can be argued that the closed economic policies are better than free economic policies. As you can say, no? If you have closed economy, you are self-sustained, you have to produce all the things you need inside your country, right? But the thing is, when you are thinking about the economies of scale, you know what is economies of scale? Economies of scale can, right? When you're producing it in mass scale, the unit price, the unit cost will be reduced, right? So in Sri Lanka, we have very small market. For example, in the film industry, let's say, ලංකාවේ ෆිල්ම් එකක් හැදුවොත් ඒකට යන්න පුළුවන් උපරිම බජට් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක ලක්ෂ 100 ලක්ෂ 100 තමයි. ඉතින් එහාට යන්න බෑ. ඉතින් එහාට ගිහලා කවදාවත් ප්‍රොෆිට් ගන්න බෑ. ලංකාවේ ඉන්න මුළුම ඉන්න හැම මිනිස්සයා මේ ෆිල්ම් එක ටිකට් එකක් අරන් බැලුවා. එතනින් එහාට ඉන්කම් එකක් වන්න බෑ. ඒ වගේ තියෙනවා. So in other countries it is not like that. නේද? දැන් ඔය ක්‍රිස්ටෝෆර් නෝලන් එහෙම මොකද ඔඩිසි හදනවා. දැන් අර මොකද්ද ස්පයිඩර්මෑන් මූවි එකේ තියෙන බිලියන් ගණන් ප්‍රොෆිට්. ඒවා හැදුවට ඒවට බිලියන් ගණන් වියදම් කරාට so they can get the profit because it's a world class cinema, right? So there are billions of people who are willing to watch their products, right? So you have to think like that. So if it is a closed economy, right, you have to think what are the things you can produce. But the thing is, when you are looking at the economies of scale, sometimes it is more profitable to import than producing it in the local context, right? However, difficult to implement due to current world trends, right? So this is very difficult. Then frontier model, another model, right? Explains development in terms of bringing new lands into under cultivation, right? Explain development of bringing new lands into under cultivation, right? Then the සමහර land අපි හොයාගන්නවා, right? Government and the private sector participation is important as government itself cannot provide enough capital for this purpose, right? So sometimes what government does, right? So government asks private investors, okay, you have 500 hectares in this area. So we can lease it to you, let's say 99 years lease, right? 99 අවුරුදු බදු දෙනවා, right? අපි අවුරුදු 99ට බදු දීලා තියෙන්නේ. ආ බදු ගෙවන්න අපිට. So you can use that land, you can produce your agricultural commodity. You have to mention what are the things that you are going to produce. Then you can earn profit. So investment for the road, investment for the machineries, factories, and taking care of all the labors, right? All the things will be done by the private sector, right? So that is the frontier model. This strategy is suitable to increase the overall production of agriculture sector, subject to the provision of necessary inputs and creation of a good market for the agricultural commodities, right? Okay. Then there's another model called conservation model. Practicing of land and labor intensive cropping system is the backbone under this approach, right? Conservative, right? Conservative ka therona ne? Associated crop and livestock husbandry, right? All the things are there, right? So you can have your crops, right? You can have intercrops and you can have animal husbandry, right? It's self-sustained system, right? Conservative model. So you can give it in small scale, right? You can promote home gardens, you can promote backyard farms, right? So you can give them chicks, right? පොඩි පැටව දෙන්න පුළුවන් ඒගොල්ලන්ට එක් කරන්න පොඩි මොනවද පැල බෙදලා දෙන්න පුළුවන් conservation, right? So you are self sustained, no need to think about purchasing most of the essentials because you can produce them in your household, right? Then urban industrial impact model, another model. This explains the development in agriculture by considering of how industrial growth simulates agriculture by increasing demand for agricultural products by supplying inputs and by drawing away the surplus labor. So urban industrial, so you can see urbanization is a huge, it's a good thing in a way, but from the other way, it's not a good thing because urbanization means all the people, right, who are reluctant to work in the agriculture sector, they are moving to the urban areas and sometimes doing odd jobs, right? Some gig economies, right? They are involved in. So what is the impact? So they have to measure, right? Development agriculture, for example, in the agriculture setup, right? So if you are thinking about the industry level, sometimes the rural farming or the rural methods that they used to do in their conventional farming might not be useful. So you can have industry level production. Sometimes it might be greenhouses, sometimes it might be vertical gardening, right? Likewise, there are different approaches that you can use and thereby you can have a systematic approach, right? It will be right. You are working in you are not working in a farm, you are just working in an organization where they're carrying out all the things with the technologies and systems, right? So urban industrial impact model, I localized it into the agricultural setup. Then there's another model called diffusion model. Okay, what is this diffusion model? This relied on more effective spread of the practices of successful producers and narrow productivity differences, right? For example, intellectual properties, right? So diffusion. So once you generate the knowledge, it should be go to the downstreams, right? For the root level. Otherwise, it is not helpful. Adopting of this kind of model in Sri Lanka is somewhat difficult due to the problem of improper income distribution. Most of the farmers are inefficient. Sorry, farmers are efficient but poor. To make better diffusion of practices, there should be a well-established institution at framework. So what does this mean? So we have good, I mean, nowadays, in Sri Lanka, our literacy rate is also very higher, right? When you compare with the other countries in the world. Even literacy rate is high and they know how to apply technologies, they don't have capital to invest on that. The smallholders like no, අපි කියන plug in machine එකක් ගන්න. ඕ machine එකක් ගන්න කැමති, right? හැබැයි machine එකක් ගන්න සල්ලි නැහැ. Right? So they are efficient, right? They want to do it in that way, but they are poor, right? So they don't have money to invest on that. So that is why they are relying on the conservative or the traditional method that they used to do, right? So if you have that type of mechanism, right, to support them, definitely they will increase their productivity. So that is the diffusion model argument. Okay, so I think I discussed the first part of today's session. So now we have to move to introduction to agricultural policy, right? So definitely we are going to have our break now, right? It's too soon to have your lunch. I think I plan to conclude it by 12, but we have 15 minutes ahead, right? So any questions from the first part? Plan, programs, or මොනවද ප්‍රශ්න තියලා දාන්න? Okay, if you don't have any questions, right, let's take our lunch break, right? At what time we are going to start the next part? කොච්චර ලාක ඕනද break එක? Yes? කියන්න ඔයාලා කොච්චර ලාක ඕනද break එක? Hello, can you hear me? 12:30? 45 minutes are there. Enough?
Okay, sir. Enough.
Okay, so join with the same link. I'm going to keep it like this. Okay, we are going to start at 12:30. Okay, have your break now.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay, we'll continue. So, yeah, I had to attend another meeting. That is why I took the next 15 minutes. So we'll continue with the place we stopped, right? Yeah. Okay, hope you can see the slide. Slide appear on it.
Okay.
Can you see the slide?
Oh, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the next part of today's lecture. So you learn about the plan, program, projects, and how the development plans going on, different structures and durations, right? So now we are going to learn about the agricultural policy. So this is one of the most important parts of this lecture, I mean the module. So if you have any question, you have to clarify it right today itself. So you can ask. So what is a policy and what is agricultural policy? So policy means any course of action adopted by governments, institutions, organizations, or individuals, right? Any course of action, right? So that means policy defines how to do, what to do, where to do, right? So it's course of action. And it might be for a small institution, it might be for the total industry, it might be for the service sector, it might be for the ruling government, it might be for the children for their education, it might be for the health sector, right? Different policies. So here we are talking about the agricultural policy. So what is agricultural policy then? Action by the government to achieve an objective in agriculture sector. So it's action by the government, right? So you can see when we are talking about the socio-economy, the economic development, all the things, the baseline or the key controller should be the government, not the private sector, not each and every individual or not every each and every industry. So you can understand, right? The gravity always dealt with the government, right? So government is the key part, right? So they are playing the key role, right? Okay. So depending on the nature of the government, the action taken may be facilitative or directly interventional. So that means there are different governments. So nowadays you can understand how the Trump is working, right? Inside US, how he's imposing taxes, how he's working or taking decisions on Iran in the war situation, and how he dealt with the Venezuela, right? So you can see more or less autocratic leadership, right? So he's always taking the challenges, not the challenges, actually the decision by himself, not kind of a supportive. So if you remember the way Barack Obama ruled US, right? So I'm taking this classic example, then you can understand, right? In the same way, nowadays in Sri Lanka also, you can, if you go back the history, right? How the Mahinda Rajapaksa ruled, then what happened when the Maitri's era, then suddenly there came Ranil Wickremesinghe, now Anura Kumar Dissanayake. So the way they decide, the way they take decisions, the way they interact with the communities, what else? The way they interact with the union leaders, right? Things are different. So that is because of the way they rule, right? So sometimes it might be facilitative. Facilitative means all the things are there. They are looking after the government, looking after whether all the infrastructures and all the raw materials or whatever the facilities are there, and they will allow the market or to the economy to run in a free way. But if it is directly interventional, means you will impose laws and regulations and you will check time to time, right? So things are different. Okay. So there are three categories in agricultural policy, right? We have price and income policies, right? As I mentioned, if it is interventional, you have to make sure where to intervene. What are the steps that you can take? How to check the progress? What are the objectives that you can achieve and how you can measure these objectives, right? It depends on three categories: price and income policies, production and marketing policies, and industrial policies, right? Okay, if you look at the major problems affecting agriculture, both in developed and developing world, are said to be low incomes and fluctuating prices. You know, now in Sri Lanka also, when you have higher production, because you can't have year-long production, right? So paddy also same, right? Seasonal production, ne? අපිට යල මහ තියෙනවා, යල කන්නේ තියෙනවා, මහ කන්නේ තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේ අපිට, so we have seasonal products. So when you have higher production, definitely the demand goes low because plenty of productions, right? So if you don't have good post-harvest technologies to preserve the goods, right, that you produce during the season, right, definitely it will affect for the prices in the market. Then low income, right? So even though you spend a lot of money for as input, ingredients like fertilizer, chemicals, seeds, and all the other cultural practices. So ultimately, at the time you get the harvest, you are not getting enough money, right? Nowadays, you know, there's a trend of polytunnels, right? Polytunnel. What do you call? Not polytunnel greenhouses, right? Control agriculture, all the things are there. So people are spending a lot of money, they're investing on it, but ultimately at the time they get the harvest, whether it is salad cucumbers, squash bonnet, or capsicum, right? At the time they are getting the harvest, sometimes the expectation might not be there, even irrespective to the climate condition. So that is there. So it's a major problem that is not common for developing countries. It is also common for the developed countries as well. However, the causes for these problems with respect to developed and developing countries are different. Why? In developed world, technological advances have led to rapid increases in supply, while demand has increased only very slowly because you have plenty of supply, so you know how to preserve things. So year long, you can have the production, right? So that means they have good technology incorporated with the production. Incomes from agriculture sector is declining in compared to other sectors of the economy. That is true. In developing and developed countries, many governments adopt different strategies to overcome these problems. But developing countries, the cases are worse than this, right? In developing economies, low agricultural incomes are the result of a complex factors, right? For example, right? So you have to remember these things. These things will be in exam. So sometimes I'm highlighting some points. So you have to mark those points because definitely, right, these things, right, you can see in the examination. So small size of holdings, right? So that means the economies of scale. When you do something in mass scale, your effort, right? When you are giving the effort, right, you can do a lot of work. But since you have small holding, you have to separately allocate each and every resource to a single plot, right? Small, not single, actually small plot, right? So marketing inefficiencies, right? Whether you produce it or not, ultimately at the end of the day, you can't sell your product. So it's a huge issue, right? Institutional deficiencies, sometimes it might be for the insurance, it might be for the dissemination of the knowledge, it might be for the connecting people for the market, right? So institutional deficiencies. Then backward technologies, still, for example, in the plantation sector, let's say, right, rubber and tea industry, still we are following the technology introduced at the Suddha era. No? Suddha කියලා දීපු orthodox rollers නේ තාමත් පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ, right? Still we have sophisticated technologies, right? We are talking, if we can't, our main argument is if you go for a mechanized system, sometimes it will lose the quality. No, there are so many options that you can take. You have to go to sensor-based, artificial intelligence. There are so many other options that you can take. But poorly, the thing is, we are allocating our resources very poorly. And even though there are people who are willing to take the risk and go for improvement, they don't have enough money to invest, right? So institutional deficiency and the backward technology. Then the fifth one, the inappropriate government policies, right? There are some places where you need policies. For example, getting the exact price, right? So when you have prices, right, you have to make sure, right, if you're imposing a ceiling price or a floor price, so we are going to discuss what is ceiling, and I think you already know these things, right? So ceiling price or floor price, you have to make sure there is an option to sell your product. There is an option to buy your raw materials at the given price range. If it is not there, not available, definitely no use of having a policy, right? So inappropriate government policies, right? So first we'll move to the agricultural price policy, right? So what is this price policy? Consider about the government policies that seek to influence price received by farmers and paid by consumers for agriculture commodities, right? So there are so many concessions, no? මොනවද කියන පොහොර සහනාධාරය කිය නේද? එක එක දේවල් වලට සහනාධාර බිත්තර වී සහනාධාර ඔය වගේ එක එක හම්බ වෙනවා. මොකද්ද මේකේ අල්ටිමේට් ඉම්පැක්ට් එක? බලාපොරොත්තු ගොවි ජනතාවට අඩු මුදලට මොනවද කියන්නේ කොස්ට් එක අඩුවෙන් ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එක කරන්න. එතකොට ඒගොල්ලන්ට වැඩි ලාභයක් උපයනවා. වගේම කන්සියුමර්ට අඩු ගානට ඒක වෙළඳපොලෙන් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා නේ. ඔය දෙයමනේ කරේ අපේ මොනවද භූමි තෙල් සහනාධාර කැරොසින් ඔයිල් කන්සෙෂන් එකක් දුන්න කාටද? දීවරයින්ට. දැන් වැඩේ කියන්නේ ඒක දීවරයින්ට කිව්වට ඒක account එකට වැටෙන්නේ බෝට්ටු අයිතිකාරයට. හැබැයි බෝට්ටු අයිතිකාරය නෙමෙයි එයාගේ කුලියට දීලා එතකොට අර මනුස්සයට ඒක හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් මේක බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ අඩු මිලට, ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට ලොකු ලාභයක් ලැබෙනවා වගේම අනිත් පැත්තෙන් අඩු මිලට වෙළඳපළට මාළු හම්බ වෙන එක. නමුත් ওই දෙකම වෙන්නේ නැහැ අර කියන ප්‍රශ්නේ හින්දා. So there are some drawbacks, right? So you have to make sure you are doing a proper evaluation before you implementing the policy decisions, right? Okay, so primary objective of an output price policy, right? There are different things. Output price policy means increase agricultural production, bring about desirable changes in income distribution, increase the contribution of the agricultural sector to overall economic development, right? Increase the contribution to the agriculture sector, right? So when you increase the production, that means all the, it will be available in the market for all the people, right? So when there is abundant production, definitely prices will be a bit low and it is affordable, right? Sometimes even though at the higher prices also, you can't find the product, right? So if you can have good output price policy, then it will be easier to produce more, right? So ultimately, it will support the overall economic development. Then there are some secondary objectives also in the output price policy. What are those? An increase in the total agricultural production, an increase in the production of individual crops and enterprises, stability in the agricultural prices and income. So normally, due to the risk factor, due to the seasonal variation of the production, prices are changing. අපි අද ඉඟුරු ගන්න ගන්නට නෙමෙයි තව මාස 3-4කින් ඉඟුරු price එක. අද අපි වම්බටු ගන්න ගන්නට අපිට වම්බටු ගන්න බෑ. ඒ වගේ අපිට so we have different fluctuated prices, right? Okay, so achieving food self-sufficiency. So, in Sri Lanka, time to time, we are self-sufficient. Sometimes we are not because of the inconsistency of the policy decisions. Otherwise, we can have because our land, the land area we are having for the cropping field, enough, right, to feed all the stomachs in this country. But the thing is how efficient you are using these lands and other factors of production, right? So, increased tax revenue from agriculture and increased earning and savings of foreign exchange, more amongst others. Because when you have enough production inside the country, there's a local production, no need to import, right? So in Sri Lanka also these days, right? So you can't have samba, right? Sometimes very scarce. So you have to import, especially the kiri samba. Onni kiri samba kila kattiyano, ne? So that means you are importing. Then different instruments of output price policy. Now you discuss that what is output price policy, what is the object, what are the objectives, and what are the instruments. Okay, you have trade policy. So import taxes or subsidies, right? Quotas and other quantitative restrictions, export taxes. So there's a trade policy. Trade policy is there. Sometimes when you import agricultural commodity, let's say equipment, right? So you are importing machineries. So there's a concession tax rate for importing agriculture grade or agriculture category equipment. ලංකාවට මොනවාරි cutters ගේනවා නම්, harvesters ගේනවා නම් ඒවට වෙනම tax concession එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම අපිට subsidy එකක් දෙනවා. So if you want to have let's say for example in cinnamon, as I mentioned last time, right? So if you want to establish new cultivation for cinnamon, raw materials or the seedlings will be provided by the government free of charge, right? Likewise, there are some initiatives. Then domestic taxes and subsidies. These can be imposed at different points of the marketing chain. So sometimes it might be for the fertilizer, sometimes it might be for the transportation, sometimes it might be for the the seedlings or seeds, right? It differs depending on the crop type. Through a better output price policy, it can create following effects, right? Agricultural production as a whole show a low response to prices, right? So because year long you have the same production, abundant production, so there is no response to, prices will not fluctuate drastically, right? අපිට එකපාරටම මිල අඩු වැඩි වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඇයි? ඇති වෙන ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එක තියෙනවා. ඒතකොට එකම ගානනේ. අපි දැන් හාල් ගන්නවා නම් හාල් හැමදාම එකම ගානකට වගේ ගන්න පුළුවන්. ලොකු වෙනසක් නැහැ. ලංකාවේම නැහැනේ හාල් මිල මේ බලන් ඉන්නවා එකපාරට වැඩි කියන උද්ඝෝෂණ කරනවා ආය අඩු වෙනවා. So the next one, price and income stability, right? Because depending on the extent of production, you are getting favorable income because all the things, subsidies, all the things are given. And in the same time, the prices of the goods also unchained. Unchained means slowly changing, right? Then income distribution affects small and large scale farmers, right? So, the small scale farmers, right? Smallholders, they are struggling because they can't even survive in the industry by doing normal agricultural practices. But all the large scale farmers, they are doing very good because even with the minute change, they are getting higher amount of profits, right? and they have access to the large commodity, large amount of factors of production, right? Land, labor, so likewise. So that is why you have to support small scale farmers to uplift their production, right? Then primary objectives of input price. Now that one is output price. So what is input price? Promote the adoption of modern technology, right? Input price. Government may fix prices for inputs, ensures uniform price and reduce risk, right? So you are giving fixed prices, right? Input prices may be subsidized, right? So here, right? So I'm sorry about that. Earlier I mentioned about the fertilizer also. So output price means whatever the things that you sell, right? I mean, going out, right? So you have to make sure they are getting the reasonable price. But input means the things, the inputs that you need for the production, right? They will be subsidized. And the marketing channel also include in the output price, right? Here in the input price, provide incentive for rapid adoption of modern technology and information system and extension services. So you can see nowadays there are app-based cultivation, drone technology you can take, and you have agriculture extension officers support, right? So even though it is not functioning well, that is there, right? Implementation is there now. So somehow you have to revitalize the program, right? So that is how you are concerning about the input prices, right? Then effect of input price policy. Producers can be made to move towards optimum use of inputs. That means if you have a small land area, you can increase the efficiency. Sometimes you can go for intensive farming, vertical gardening, right? So crop must be responsive to input, right? So otherwise it won't help now. So when you have low cost and you have higher technology, definitely it should give you more results, right? Fixed prices given stability. Then benefits goes to those farmers who use the inputs. Cost to the taxpayer, right? So taxpayer will be bear the cost, because if you are giving a subsidy to the farmer, the rest of the money that you have to pay or the subsidized by the government will be taken care of the treasury, right? Treasury එකට සල්ලි එන්නේ tax වලින් නේ. ඒතකොට tax payer ගෙන් තමයි යන්නේ. දැන් අපි රුපියල් ඉස්සර 350ට පෝරමිටියක් තිබුණානේ. දැන් මේනොට it's around 10,000 rupees. Still it's a subsidized price, right? More than that, no. So the rest of the money, the subsidizing price will be handled by or will be bared by the treasuries, right? So the treasury will be funded or collecting money by the taxes, right? Paying by the people, right? The citizen, right? Then there's land policy. Anything you need to ask about the price policy? මේක තේරුණාද? මම අර අතන පොඩ්ඩක් input එකත් අතන දාලා කිව්වේ. ඒකයි මට වැරදුනේ. So anything you need to ask? Okay, if you have any question, please ask, drop it into the chat box. Again, I can explain it, right, if you want. Then the land policy. What is land policy? Land reform may be defined as the distribution of the rights to the ownership of the land or other rights to the use of land, right? Objective of land reform may be political, social or economic. නේ එක එක කාලේ තියෙනවා එක එක දිවි නැගුම නෑ මොකද්ද? බිම් සවිය තිබුණා. තාමනත් තිබුණේ. What are the recent projects, if you can remember? Right? So they are giving lands, right? The economic can you remember the programs that they started? Swarna Bhumi Pradhanikara, right? Likewise, so sometimes they are issuing lands, right? This Mahaveli project also started one land policy, right? So what they ask from the people who are living, I mean, poorly under the poverty line people, they ask, okay, leave your places at the middle of the country, okay, go to the area. So we are going to give you huge amount of land, so you can start cultivation and you can thrive there, right? Mahaveli Vyaprutiyam එහෙම තමයි පටන් ගත්තේ. Then the economic objective include reduce absolute poverty and increase agricultural production. See, there are some lands in Kalutara, then where else, right? There are places where you can see rubber cultivation. So they are given the land, right, to live with the house, or you can build your house and there's a land to cultivate rubber. So by that you can be a smallholder, you can produce your own rubber, then you can earn money and you can uplift your livelihood, right? Economic living standards, right? Then several instruments can be used for this purpose, right? Land redistribution, tenancy reform, land settlement, and land consolidation. So under these actions, right, there are some lands, barren lands, right? There are some lands. Sometimes they are owned by some people, some families, right? Sometimes they are not living in Sri Lanka, or sometimes there are some places, right? Let's say owned by. I mean, they have given different rules and regulations, right? If you have, I don't remember the minimum. I mean, the maximum amount that you can keep for yourself, right? අපිට අක්කර 500ක් අපිට එනවනම් මේ අපිට අපේ මුතුන් මිත්තන්ගේ අපිට අක්කර 500ම තියාගන්න බෑ. So you can keep around 50 or 150. I don't remember the amount, right? It differs time to time. So that is the amount you can keep, right? You can search and learn. Then the rest definitely will be absorbed by the government, and it will be used for the production, agricultural production, no whatsoever, right? Then there's another policy called food policy. Deals with all forms of state action affecting the supply, distribution, and consumption of food and ensuring continued access to enough food for all the people in the country. So in Sri Lanka, not in Sri Lanka, but also in all the countries, right? So there, I mean, if you look at the developed countries also, enough food, right? There's enough food for all the stomachs. But the thing is access to the food, right? අපි දැන් ලංකාව ගත්තත් ලංකාවේ තියෙන අපි නිෂ්පාදනය කරන එක හැමෝටම කැමට ඇති. හරිද? ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ ටික නිෂ්පාදනය ඇති. දෛනික පරිභෝජන සඳහා හොඳටම ප්‍රමාණවත්. තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ මේකයි. ඒ පරිභෝජනයේ ප්‍රමාණවත් තරම් තිබුණාට ඒවා මිලදී ගන්න මුදල් තියෙනවා. ඒකට ඇක්සස් තියෙනවද? මුදල් තිබුණොත් සමහර ඒවා ගන්න බෑ. සමහර අයට ඒවා ගන්න පානීය වතුර නැති තැනෙත් තියෙනවා. ජලය නැති. So that means it deals with the form of state action affecting the supply distribution. හරිද? එක පැත්තක හැදුවගේ අනිත් පැත්තට යනවාද? Distribution, consumption of food and ensuring continued access. අපිට මේකට access තියනවාද to enough food for all the people in the country, right? So that is one indicator in the sustainable development goals, right? So you have to make sure, even though your production, because you can't say, right, by getting the value of the total production in the country and divided by the total population in the country, okay, per person this much of food is there, per person this much of water is there. No, you can't say, because even it is like that, you don't have the access, right? That is why you need a good food policy, right? That is why there are different programs going on, right? So we discuss what are the programs, projects, and things, no? So that is why there are different programs, especially for the people, pregnant women, right? කිරිදෙන මේ කවුද ගර්භණී මාතාවන්ට වෙන මේගොල්ලන්ට, so they are given a token, not a token, no, what you call the coupon, right? So you can show that coupon, right, to there are different food cities and shops where you can show that, then you can get the essentials, right? Especially the consumables, right? Food items, right? And there are, I mean, ත්‍රිපෝෂ බෙදලා දෙනවනේ. කිරි දෙන මව්වරුන්ටත් දෙනවා, අම්මලටත් දෙනවා, right? So you have to make sure all are fed well. And in the schools, right? So there are food rations distributed. And in the plantation sector, you have plenty of examples, right? Plantation sector, you know, most of the ladies, right? Most of the, not ladies actually, most of them, they used to have මොනවද? Roti and sini. හරිද? එහෙම නැත්නම් roti ලූණු. ඔය දෙක තමයි කන්න පුරුදු. Then only that. Right? So most of them have anemia. රක්තහීනතාවය තියෙනවා. And they are not fit, right? So if there is a disease spreading, definitely they will be victims, right? Because they don't have the immunity. So what now the plantation sector, the companies are doing, they are offering meals, right? So the breakfast and lunch will be given by the plantation, right? So no need to worry about the meals. And for their children also, they have their own what do you call the schools and all the things nearby in the adjacent, adjacent to the estate. So all the things inside that school, the meal, all the things will be taken care of the regional plantation company. So that is how they give the welfare, right? That is not because they are doing it on their own. That is because they are aligning with the food policy of the country. And the food policy could align වෙලා තමයි දේවල් කරන්නේ, right? it is not specific to the production or supply oriented policies and considers aspects of demand, food security, and food aid, right? So we need food aid. Sometimes we don't have enough food. For example, at the time of a disaster, right? Sometimes you don't have enough food. That is why, right? You may have heard, you have seen, right? There are some flights, some ships coming from other countries, UN, Red Cross, right? They are collecting food from other countries, dry rations, right? So they are distributing these among the victims, right? Because you have to make sure all the people are fed, right? Nobody will die because of hunger, right? That is the main theme of the food policy. So food policy is the equation of food availability to food requirements. Food policy and nutrition have changed over time, right? Okay, so people run short of food or starve not because of an insufficiency of supply, but because of insufficient command or access to food that I already discussed. This describes the households or individuals' purchasing power over food, right? So food security means, if I ask what is food security, how you define food security? Access by all people, right? Access by all people at all times to enough food, right? Because there are places, if you go to the 5-star hotel, right, there are so many, you are wasting so much of food, ne? Right? Access by people at all times to enough food for an active, healthy life. Its essential elements are the availability of food and availability to acquire it, right? So it is not enough to available, but you should have to have the accessibility to acquire it. Food insecurity, in turn, it is the lack of access to enough food, right? So you can see what is food security. Insecurity, right? Okay. So then food aid, right? I discussed, right? Disposal of food surpluses produced in developed countries. It has its positive and negative aspects, including like a food aid, it releases foreign exchange for other purposes, right? So that means sometimes even, when you produce more and there's nobody, you are not selling it, you are giving it as aid, right? උදව්වක් විදිහට දෙනවා. දැන් ඔය රටවල් තියෙනවනේ ලෝකේ ලංකාව නෙමෙයි තව තියෙනවා රටවල් ඛණ්ඩ නැති දුප්පත් ඔය නේද උගන්ඩාවේ ඔය එක එක පැති තියෙන ආෆ්‍රිකන් රටවල් තියෙනවා. So they have malnutrition in high scale, right? So people are dying because they don't have enough food, right? So you are releasing, if you are producing more, right, that is more than enough for your consumption, definitely, because some of the food that you are producing are perishable. You can't keep for a longer time. Definitely you have to distribute it to the people who are in need, right? Then the second one, general budgetary income to support development activities, right? So if you can support for the developed countries, then definitely it's a good thing. So you can give food aid. Then support food price stabilization. Sometimes food aid might affect, right? So local production is low. That means whatever the available produce in the country will be in higher prices, right? So there are people, right, who want that food, but it is not accessible because of the higher prices. When you have food aid inside the country from other countries or other nations, definitely it will stabilize the demand, right? So it will reduce the prices of the local food as well. Then provides for a higher level of food consumption, right? So you can increase the consumption. Sometimes, even though they are getting food, it is not enough. That is not the required amount, right? Then the fifth one adds to the financial aid of donor country, right? Adds to the financial aid. So that means sometimes it might be considered as a financial aid, right? Million මෙන්න මෙච්චර අපි කෑම වලින් ආධාර දුන්නා, right? ඒ විදිහට දෙන වෙලාවල් තියෙනවා, right? Okay. Then the next policy is agricultural marketing policy, right? Agricultural marketing policy. So agricultural marketing policy has a dual role to play. What is the dual role? පැති දෙකක් තියෙනවා. Transmit price signals between consumers and producers, right? Then only we know what is the maximum price, right? What is the minimum price, right? Then producers, they will know, right? If we produce this crop, what is the price that we can get? Then the second one, physically move goods from areas of the production to areas of consumption. Because of this marketing policy, you have marketing channels, right? So in the marketing chain, right? So there's a supply chain, no? From the place where you produce until the last consumer comes, there are different loops, right? Combining each other as the supply chain. So you have to make sure that you are physically transporting, right? That is also one function of the marketing policy. This involves the creation of time, space, and form utility. You know there are 3 types of form utilities, right? Time utility, space utility, and form utility, right? I think you know these things. Otherwise, no need to buy hard, right? Method and involves storage, transport, and processing. Then අපිට time එක ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපිට අද මේ කාලේ ඕනේ නැහැ. දැන් හිතන්නකෝ මේ අපි රඹුටන් කාලේ හිතන්නකෝ. දැන් රඹුටන් ගිය දැන් මේ බොහොම මෑත කාලෙක තිබුණා. රඹුටන් කියන්නේ essential එකක් නොවුණාට අපි will take an example, right? So රඹුටන් ඒ කාලේ තිබුණා අපිට අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. අපි ඇති වෙන්න කනවා. දැන් රඹුටන් අවශ්‍ය කාලයක් තියෙනවා කියන අපිට ඊට වඩා වැඩි value එකක් මාකට් එකේ ගන්න බෑ. Now that is not the time, right? දැන් කජු වලට වෙන්නේ ඒකනේ. කජු අවාරට ගණන් ගොඩක් වැඩි, right? So you need another time, space, storage, store කරන්න ඕනේ, right? So you have to have a space, right? And you have to make sure it will be available at the off season, right? Then you have to transport and you have to process it. So that is the form, right? So for example, if you need then cashew කියලා cashew නම් ඒක කජු ගලවලා පොත් ඇරලා ඒක dry කරලා නේද? එහෙම තමයි තියාගන්න. So you need to change the form, right? අපි ඒක fresh form එකෙන් තිබ්බ අපි ඒක dry form එකට හැරෙවලා, right? Guys, right? Okay, so there's another term you need to know, that is marketing margin. මොකක්ද මේ marketing margin කියන්නේ? The difference between the purchase price of a commodity by consumer and its sales price by the producers, right? It's like this. So let's say you are getting මොනවාද kirisamba. Now it's, if it is earlier, or let's say the price, the ceiling price is 260, no? 260 නෑ. අද අරලි වේ ගන්නවා නම් 380ක් විතර යනලා තියෙනවා. So you are getting paddy, right? Only for, let's say now they agreed only for 120. හරිද? අපි කියමු 120 වලට ඊට වඩා වැඩි මේක කීනි සම්බයින්ද. Okay, let's say 120. So this difference, right? Because this is the producer price, this is the producer price, this is the consumer price, right? So in here, this gap is the marketing margin, right? So marketing margin is here, huh? 140. දැන් පේනවා. දැන් මේ වගේ ගියොත් එහෙම producer එකටත් වඩා වැඩිපුර marketing අතරමැදියට ඔය හම්බ වෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ ඔන්න ඕක තමයි, right? So that is the marketing margin, right? Okay, hope you got it. What එක්ක තමයි ඔක්කොම discussion ටික යන්නේ. Okay, what are the general objectives of marketing policy? Protecting the producers and consumers from exploiting by middlemen, right? So as you can see, if the marketing margin is higher, that means the advantage is not going for the producer or the consumer, but the middleman, right? Middlemen la thama වැඩිපුරම ආදායම් ලබන්නේ. එහෙම වෙන්න බෑනේ. Middlemen, they can keep some amount of profit because of they are facilitating the utilities, that means transportation, storage, and processing. But that is not the place where you should give more, I mean, higher portion of the price or the cost, right? So stabilizing or increasing the farm gate price. Okay. What is farm gate price? That is the producer price, right? PP කියලා දැන් මෙරට ඒක තමයි farm gate price. Reducing the marketing margin, right? So you can reduce the marketing margin. Then improve quality and maintain standards, right? If you have good marketing policy, then you have to compete in the market. That means you have to provide higher quality products, right? So that means eventually it will improve the quality of the quality and the maintenance standards. Then increase food security, right? You have to minimize. Nowadays what will happen when you have a ceiling price, and අපි කියන ඔන්න 200ට වඩා වැඩිපුර විකුණන්න එපා ගමන් දැන් අරලි කීරි සම්බ නැහැ නේද? අපිට අරලි හොයාගන්න නැහැ, කීල්ස් වල ෆුඩ් සිටි වල නැහැ. ඒවා ගන්න වෙන තැනකට යන්න ඕනේ, ඊට වැඩි ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ මොකදලා තියෙන්නේ? දැන් ෆුඩ් සිකියුරිටි එක ඉන්ක්‍රීස් වෙලා නැහැ. මේගොල්ලෝ පොලිසිය එක දාලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් බඩු නැහැ හොයාගන්න, right? So you have to make sure when you are establishing a policy and when you are establishing rules and conditions, definitely it should be available in the market also, right? So nowadays it is not happening, right? So that is why we have to strengthen the policies, rules, right? ඒකයි මම කිව්වා අර private sector එකට ලොකු බලයක් කෙනකොට දැන් private මේ transportation එක දැන් බයලා ඉන්නේ ඒකයි. දැන් government sector එකේ හොඳ quality service එකක් දෙන්න ගත්තම private sector එකට ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ තියෙන monopoly එක නැත්නම් ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ තියෙන strong hold එක නැති වෙනවා. දැන් ඔය දෙම පැඩි වලත් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් ඒක වෙන්න තව කොච්චර කාලයක් යයිද කියන එකයි ප්‍රශ්නේ. මොකද ඒ වෙනුවෙන් ගොඩාක් invest කරන්න ඕනේ. මිනිස්සුන්ව මාරු කරන්න ඕනේ. attitudes හදන්න ඕනේ, right? So yeah, that's there, right? So instruments used to achieve objectives: establishment of government monopolies to production and distribution of essential foods items, right? So there are some essential food items, right? So monopoly is there. Government එක විතරමයි හදන්නේ. දැන් ලංකාවේ තියෙන මොන හරි තියෙනවා දැන් පැඩි සෙක්ටර් එක අපිට එහෙම කියන්න බෑ. මොකද හදන්නේ ප්‍රයිවට් සෙක්ටර් එකේ ප්‍රොසෙසින් යනවා, right? ගවර්න්මන්ට් එක තාම try කරනවා, right? So you have to make sure that you are getting the monopoly, right? So you know, in the world, right, food is the main stronghold. දන්නවද? දැන් ලෝකයේ ඔය තියෙනවා වැඩිපුරම බලය අල්ලගන්න පුළුවන් තමන්ට වැඩිපුරම ආහාර තියෙන තමන්ට. අනිත් එක තමයි ෆර්ටිලයිසර්, right? ෆර්ටිලයිසර් ඕනේ. ඉස්සරහට ඔකට තමයි යුද්ධ ඇති වෙන්නේ, right? ඔය නියුක්ලියර් වෝ එහෙම ඇති වෙන නියුක්ලියර් ගැනම වෙපන් තියෙනවා. ඒවට නෙමෙයි ඇත්තටම. ඊළඟට එන්නේ මේන් බේසික්ස් වලට. මොකද population increasing day by day. So you have to feed all these stomachs, right? So when you are lacking the amount of resources to fulfill the demand, definitely there will be war, right? Then licensing that you can do, right? Then improve market conduct and performance by means of improved information, regulate standards, weights and measures, and providing facilities for storage, right? Improve structure with the aim of encouraging the competition, right? So you can see, right, in Sri Lanka, right, this is not, I mean, in the agriculture sector, right? So if you can support the sector, right? For example, if you are saying, okay, we are buying at this price, අපි මේ ගානට වී මිලදී ගන්නවා කියලා රජයෙන් කියනවා. ඒතකොට ඒ ගානට දුන්නාම කම්පිටිෂන් එකක් හැදෙනවා. But somehow you have to do that, right? 120 අනිත් අය ගනි අපි මිල දාලා තියෙන කියලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. 120 ගන්න ඕනේ. ඒතකොට පුළුවන් තරම් ගන්නකොට private sector බලනවා අපිටත් ඕන නම් අපිත් අනිවාර්යෙන් 120 ගන්න වෙනවා කියලා ඒගොල්ලෝ purchase කරනවා. But it should be functional, right? Okay. Then the next one is agricultural credit policy. So what is this? Credit means temporary transfer of assets or wealth from a man who has to a man who hasn't. කෙනෙක් නැති කෙනෙකුට තියෙන කෙනෙක් දෙනවනේ ඒකන credit කියන්නේ. To meet farmers' capital requirement, definitely you need credit, right? So that is why that somehow you have to make sure that you are breaking the vicious cycle of the poverty. That means you need credit support. The history of credit policy in Sri Lanka goes back to early 20th century. That's for your understanding, right? Then cooperative credit societies were there, established in 1904. Then cooperative agricultural production and sales societies and multi-purpose cooperatives were established, right? And then new agricultural credit policy credit scheme established in 1967. Then comprehensive rural credit scheme, right? There are different things you can read. Yeah. So ultimately, the major instrument is breaking the vicious cycle of poverty. Right? Okay. Objectives of an appropriate credit policy. To help overcome cash shortages may be seasonal or due to other unavoidable circumstances. Why it is seasonal? Because at the time you are going to start your cultivation, you need to purchase raw materials, seeds, fertilizer, all the things you need to purchase. So you need credit, right? Or sometimes it may be an unavoidable circumstance, means sometimes it might be a natural disaster. So it might be a fire, flood, a drought, or it might be a disease spread, right? Disease එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, right? Pest attack එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So you will lose අර army worm ප්‍රශ්නයක් තිබුණ මත පහුගිය කාලේ මේවට මේස් වලට තියෙන ඔක්කොම බඩිරුම් වගාවල් සම්පූර්ණ විනාශ වෙලා ගියා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ඉන්වෙස්ට්මන්ට් එක එහෙම මහකට ගියා, right? So that is not a seasonal thing, right? So it's a sudden attack. To help farmers purchase modern variable inputs and promote the adoption of new technology, right? For example, new machineries. To help farmers to borrow even though they lack collateral. So to help farmers to borrow. Sometimes the collateral means sometimes they I mean, if something goes wrong, they have nothing to repay the amount that they get. දැන් හිතන්නකෝ අපි ලක්ෂ 5ක් ගත්තට අපේ ගෙදර තියෙන වික්කත් අපිට ලක්ෂ 5ක් නැහැ කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. Right? So you don't have. Right? So that is where the collateral comes, right? To replace existing inefficient credit arrangements which tend to exploit and impoverish farmers. So what is this? Nowadays, if I don't know whether you are coming from agricultural background, but if you go to the area where the large scale agriculture happens, like paddy වෙන්න පුළුවන්, එහෙම නැත්නම් plantation වෙන්න පුළුවන්, maize වෙන්න පුළුවන්, mung වෙන්න පුළුවන්, there are some micro creditors, right? ඒගොල්ලෝ ලොකු rates වලට දෙන්නේ. ලොකු rates වලට ඒගොල්ලෝ මොකද කරන්නේ? ලොකු රේට්ස් වලට ඒගොල්ලෝ දෙනවා මේ ණය, right? So they are giving අර ගිනි පොලියට දෙනවා කියන්නේ. So අන්තිමට ඒක දෙය ගන්න සල්ලිත් නැහැ. ඒවට හිර වෙලා හම්බෙන සල්ලි ඔක්කොම ඒවට ගෙවනවා, right? So that is how they are exploited, right? ගොවියව සූරගෙන කනවා කියන්නේ ඒකට. So micro creditors are there. One example, right? So you have to make sure you are having a good national credit policy. Then when and where needed, when and where necessary, farmers come and apply for the credit support, then they will have that. When they have no other choice, definitely they will go for that type of well designed credit support like microcredit, right? Then types of institutions, right? Cooperatives, farmer groups, small agricultural banks, private and public commercial banks, they are also giving, right? So now, for example, they are, let's say you are having a field that you want to cultivate and you need to get raw material, but this land is not yours. You are just a peasant farmer. ඔයා අඳගොවි කියන්නේ අඳේට වැඩ කරන්නේ. එතකොට අන්දේට වැඩ කරද්දි මට තියන්න කිසි මගේ ඔප්පුව තියන්න විදියක් නැහැ මට කිසි අයිතියක් නැහැ කොහොමද මම එතකොට ණය ගන්නෙ අන්න ඒවට තමයි අපිට instruments ඕනේ so what are the instruments what type of institutions are there to provide credit what is the appropriate interest rate it should be the lowest right so because they are they always affected by the high risk right climate impact whom should we target in providing the credit especially for the small farmers small scale right is there any possibility to provide credit in kind? මොනවද දෙන්න පුළුවන්? Credit කොහොමද support දෙන්න පුළුවන්? Right? These are the instruments. Then we have agricultural research policy, right? I will show you one video clip about the credit policies in Sri Lanka, right? So what is research policy? This is a must because if you want to go with the new technology, new improvements, new varietal improvements, definitely you have to spend money on it, right? So definitely you have to support, right? So there should be a policy. So it deals with the role of the state in the generation and diffusion of new technology convert goals into research priorities so that scarce resources can be allocated between research station, broad topic areas, commodities, right? So you can understand that. Requires public funding, definitely, if you want to go, because research, you can't directly say after that research, you will be having the best result, because research means sometimes some research going well, you are getting the good result, but some are not, right? So there's a high risk. Broadly be categorized into three categories: basic research, applied research, and adaptive research, right? So in almost all countries, a specific institution is set up to look after research policies for agriculture sector. In Sri Lanka, we have CARP, right? Council for Agricultural Research Policy. So you can get grants from that. You can get support for the credit support for the research, right? All the things you can get from the CARP. Together with many other institutions involved with designing and managing of agriculture research policy in Sri Lanka, right? Okay. So now I'm going to give you one activity because these things are available in the book as well. But I need you to have a discussion. Before that, yeah, I'm going to show you one video clip if it is available, right? Give me one minute. I will check and let you know.
How in a farm?
Yeah.
In your farm?
Seniguratna, machinery, equipment, so always like using the hand, making the soil in the beginning and like as
Great project.
just to grow more, so at least the country like people won't go.
According to statistics by ActionAid, smallholder women farmers currently have access to only 27% of agricultural credit.
Communities and agriculture with reliable structure and unique funding model help deliver on that owners of their local and their interests on the board of directors. But where does the
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the video clip that I want to share. If it is not there, definitely I'll share it in the LMS, right? So yeah, we'll move forward. There's a very good video clip, right? That's from the Sanas, right? We'll see, right? Okay, so let's move to the next one. That is your last activity, right? So now I want you to divide into groups, right? This is another part. There will be a part in the examination also. You have to find trends and challenges in agriculture and the plantation sector, right? So what are the trends in the policy changes, right? And from the what do you call in different different aspects, what are the things in the plantation sector, right? What are the trends that you can see, how they mitigate the challenges, what are the new implementations, right? You can find plenty of things, right? Related with the uplifting of the economy, right? So I will give you, how many of you here? Okay, let's do like this, right? So somehow you have to find this, no? I'm not going to divide you into groups, right? Do it as an individual task, right? So try to find, I will give you 10 minutes, right? I will give you 10 minutes. Take a piece of paper, right? Try to write trends and challenges in agriculture and plantation sector, right? Try to find. My group make a current villa, right? So we'll do like that. So we can conclude very quickly. So please try to start writing. So I'm going to ask, right? We are going to discuss some of the things, right? Okay. Write your things that you can find. I'll give you 10 minutes, right? Okay. Okay, we'll see, right? Okay, I need your suggestions, right? So what are the trends and challenges for the agriculture and plantation development in Sri Lanka? Okay, let's look at the trends first. Trends ටික බලමුද අපි ඉස්සලා? Okay. So can you give me the trends of agriculture sector for the development, right? So let's start. I will randomly ask from you, right? EPM 20096. Can you hear me? 20096. 20096. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me one trend in plantation development.
Use of modern technology.
Okay. Explain a bit.
Farmers are increasingly using machinery, improve irrigation, drones, digital tools, and modern farming techniques
Yes.
to increase productivity.
Very good. Right. Okay. Menaka, can you hear me? 148. Menaka, can you hear me? Menaka, can you hear me? 20148. Okay, 20109. 20109, can you hear me?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. Okay, tell me one trend, another trend, right? So machinery is already there. Okay. What else?
Organic and sustainable farming.
Can you explain a bit?
Demand for organic tea and chemical-free products.
In local or global industry?
Global.
Okay, good. 20113. 20113. Shehari 20131. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Give me one trend.
Crop diversification.
Can you explain a bit?
Shifting away from rigid monocultures towards high value exports and mixed income systems.
Okay, for example? Can you give me one example?
Ornamental plants.
I didn't get it. So you mean in the plantation sector, apart from the plantation crops, they are going for ornamental plant crops? Yes? Hemant again. Okay. Yes. So if you look at the trends, right? So we have technologies now. I mean, definitely these parts, right? The things that I have given you in activity definitely will be in the exam paper, because these things you need to know, must know things, right? So you can refer the module as well, because the book is there, so you can refer. I will ask our office to print it and give it to you, right, for your later read, right? මම මේක print කරලා දෙන්න කියලා කියන්නම්. So you have to identify what are the trends, especially the technology, right? There's drone technology, sensors, remote sensing, GIS, these things are there. Other than that, what? Organic agriculture, yes, that's also true, right? Organic demand. And so we have good potential for that. Minimum use of pesticides and what else? Okay. වෙන වෙනම අහන්න ඕනේ නැහැ, chat box එකට දාන්න තියෙනවා, right? So other than that, you can take trends as the management system, right? And how you support the small and medium scale farmers. And you can have, yes, value added products, correct. Value added normally, uh, without selling all the raw products, right? You can have value addition, especially in the tea, right? Rubber. So yes, those are the things as new trends and the policies and practices, how regional plantation companies are working, precision farming, yes, irrigation development, correct. Certification, true, right? So if you want to pitch all the international markets, definitely you have to have different types of certification like Rainforest Alliance, FSC, RSPO, GMP, right? There are different ISO, right? Different types of practices that you need to have certifications. Youth involvement, yeah, there's a trend because of the technology, right? Now youth, yeah, there's a trend, but that is not significant yet, but you can have that. Agrotourism it plays a huge role, especially in the plantation sector, right? Nowadays, Airbnb, then all the topmost platforms, right? They are popularizing our plantation sector. අපේනේ තේ ඇවිල්ලා තේ දරු නෙලනවා. අර home stay concept එනවා, agriculture based economies එකේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉන්නවා, agrotourism. Climate smart practices, automation, yeah, we discussed these things. Organic focus, mechanization and automation, yes, those are there, right? Okay. If you look at the challenges, what are the challenges, right? Okay, now give me the feedback on challenges. What are the challenges? Yes, what are the challenges in agriculture development? I will give you a few, then you can add some, right? So, nowadays, scarce labor resource, right? And the existing laborers, they are aging, right? The new generation, they are reluctant to involve in the plantation sector. Yes, input cost, right? Input cost is high, right? Climate change, it's a huge impact, right? Especially in the plantation sector, tea, rubber, right? Very difficult to tap, very difficult to pluck, right? Always you are getting showers. And yes, cost of production is very high. Pest and disease attack, yes, true, right? So you have to find solution for pest and disease attack. In the same time, you have to minimize the application of agrochemicals. Otherwise, you can't compete in the global market. Ne? Glyphosate use කරන්න බෑ ඒවට බෑන් දාලා තියෙන්නේ කොහොම හරි ඒවා ටික මැනේජ් කරගන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට තමනද post harvest losses, true, right? Post harvest losses, so we have to have good technology and good storing facilities. Labor shortage, right? Okay, you have plenty of examples. If I ask you to write all those things in your what do you call the essay question, right? I think you have plenty of examples because you have to have something to financial constraints, yes, high production cost, correct. So that means now you have plenty of things to write. So I think if I ask you to write by looking at all the examples and the things, the behavior of the economy, right? So you can write good answer, right? Okay, we'll see. Then the next one. Okay, look at this slide for a moment. If you analyze the agricultural policies are made to overcome deficiencies of the free market economy. As I mentioned, right, even it's free market, the behavior is not as our expectation, thereby to achieve economic growth and improved income distribution, right? That is why we have different policy support. Basic constraints to achieve basic constraints to the achievement of these objectives are the existing availability of resources and the current technology of production. So, you have to improve the technology, right? Technology advancement is a must. And you have to choose, right, one way or another, the available resources, right? You don't have other options. Ne, අපි ගාව තියෙන options වලින් තමයි අර මං කිව්වේ production possibility front එකෙත් අපි කතා කරේ. So we have to make sure that we are having optimum use of available resources, right? So acquiring resources is a difficult task. So whatever the resources available in Sri Lanka, right, you have to use it in a wise manner, right? So technology can influence resource availability, because if you can have efficient production, that means with the technology, that means you can increase the productivity also, right? Directly through education can impact to the technological change, right? That is why even the older generations are involved in the plantation and other agriculture sectors. You can get the support of the young crowd, young generation, Gen Z, with all the technological improvement. If there is a tech and all the automation thing, definitely they will come and invest. They will invest their time, their effort, their money, right? So when developing policies, both objectives and constraints must consider, right? Now we kata කරපුවා ගැන තමයි කියන්නේ, right? Okay. So that's about the total of the module. Hope you got a thorough understanding. Anything you need to know in addition to this course, because I already provide enough resources. I already shared my previous record. I already shared all the lecture notes. Anything you need to know, just ask now. මොනවාරි අහන්න තියෙනවා නම් දැන් අහන්න. Okay. So if you don't have any questions, I have some announcements for you. I will be placing you a quiz, right? මම ඔයාලට quiz එකක් දෙනවා, not for you, for all the Sunday and Saturday group, and for the people who want to write this lecture, this subject, make a repeat වෙච්ච අයටත් එක්ක I'm going to inform that to the office as well. Then somebody from Dean's office will communicate for the repeaters, right? So what is the most preferable day for quizzes? ඔගොල්ලෝ සාමාන්‍ය quizzes තියෙන day එකක් තියෙනවද? Weekday වල. මම රැයකට වගේ දෙන්නම්. So I'm going to give you around, let's say, 30 or 40 MCQs. So that will be that will be also added, right? මම මේ ඔක්කොම කරන්නේ ඔයාලට වැඩි ලකුණු ප්‍රමාණයක් දෙන්න, because sometimes you are not writing well, right? So I can take support from those things, right? So you can study and you can come to the quiz. What is the day, most preferable day? I have to ask this from the tomorrow's batch as well, tomorrow's group. කවද්ද පුළුවන්? Batch trip?
Thursday, sir.
Huh?
Thursday.
Thursday. Okay. So the home assignment, yes, thank you very much, right? That is the next thing, right? So I'm going to give you, I will okay, home assignment, I will share in the chat box and also in the, wait, analyze the role of government policies in the promoting grant. Okay, so, okay, now I'm sharing the home assignment in the group chat, and in the same time, I will share it with you, right? So this is your home assignment. So you can see, hope you can see, right? Okay, this is home assignment. Analyze the role of government policies in promoting economic development, in developing countries, right? Provide examples to support your argument. You need to submit 2 pages handwritten document. Otherwise, it's very easy, ne? ChatGPT hari Claude hari kiwa, aap eka copy paste kara, right? At least you are writing it, no? So it's better. Then it will be in your mind. Boluwata hari ayine. Pitu deka handwritten ekak submit karanna. So bring it on the examination day. Other than that, right? Definitely you have to be at the quiz, right? So I will be giving you on the Thursday. Thursday කීර වගේද quiz එක දුන්නොත් හොඳ ඔයාලට? At what time you preferred most? 8? 8ට විතර රෑ?
Okay, sir.
Okay, then okay, I will be giving you the quiz at 8, right? මම 8 ඉඳන් 9:00 විතරකන් set කරන්නම්. So you can log into the LMS and you can do the quiz, right? Okay, so that's all about the module, right? If you have any questions, I think you have my number, right? You can contact me anytime, right? It's in the group as well, or else I will give you. Okay, this is my phone number. Okay, anything you need to know, you can call me, right? If I'm not answering because of you are not in my contact list, just put, sir, I'm from this group, Saturday group, sir, I want to know this. Definitely, I'll call you back. Right. Okay. So, yeah, hope you understood. මම කියපුවා තේරෙන්නේ නැති කියලා මම විශ්වාස කරනවා. Thank you very much for being with me for these 2 weeks, right? And the next week, most probably I will be there for your examination. So see you there. Okay. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pramod. Okay, thank you all. See you.
Recording stopped.